like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيجة ما بلعب بول برستيجة من بول برستيجة من بول وفريق اليلا اي سبورتس يصعب من فوق على اللاعب بانتر نوك داون
Welcome everyone back to the final day of the first Super Weekend here at the PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. Myself, Hanwolf, and Zute on the desk with you for our final match. But let's not forget, of course, our beautiful sponsor of the PMPL Arabia, Oppo Reno 6 series, with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports 2022. Zute, one more day, 5 more matches. How are you feeling joining me on the desk today?
I mean, we're nearing the close of the first Super Weekend, and I think we've seen a lot of upsets, I would have to say. A lot of teams that we don't necessarily expect near the top doing quite well, and definitely some teams that we were, gunning for that we thought would do well on the first Super Weekend, having a little bit of a slower start.
Still, though, talking about those teams, we've got to jump into another interview here, this time with YaLLa Esports.
معنا باورفول من فريق يلا اي سبورتس. باورفول طمنا عنك، جربكم بخير.
الحمد لله بخير
يا رب دايما يا رب. باورفول عندكم تغييرات، هل قمتم بتغييرات بشكل عام على الفريق؟ يعني من السنه اللي مضت لحد هاي السنه، هل قمتم بعض التغييرات الجذريه لفريق يلا اي سبورتس؟
اي صار تغيير الفتره هذه، تغيير شبه جذري. 3 لاعبين انضموا للفريق الجديد.
بناء على هذا التغيير، ايه هو توقعاتك كباورفول او يمكن كفريق يلا اي سبورتس للموسم القادم من البي ام بي ال؟
اكيد متفائلين خير ان شاء الله، وباذن الله من توب باذن الله.
باذن الله. نعتبر السنه 2022 الهدف الاساسي او الطموح الاساسي ايه هو؟
اكيد كاس العالم
بي ام جي سي
باذن الله
ان شاء الله. بناء على هذا الطموح، ايه هو نوع التحضيرات اللي بيقوم به فريق يلا اي سبورتس للمرحله القادمه من البطولات؟
شغالين الحمد لله بشكل قوي ان شاء الله، وبتشوفون باذن الله في البي بي التحضيرات.
باورفول، عندي بعض الاسئله الشخصيه ليك انت كباورفول او يمكن كفريق بشكل عام فريق يلا اي سبورتس. حابب اسالك عن كيفيه التعامل مع خساره ايدح وبندر وخروجهم من فريق يلا اي سبورتس، كيف تعاملتم مع هذا الوضع الجديد؟
الحمد لله فتره وجيزه قدرنا نجهز روستر ينافس على التوب
باذن الله. بعد ما فزتوا باللان ايفنت كان في السعوديه، انت تعرف اي بطوله اقصدها؟
نعم.
كان سبب او ما سبب تدهور مستوى الفريق فيما بعد في بطوله البي ام بي المينا ساوث ايشيا، على العلم انهم كانوا يعتبر في نفس الفتره الزمنيه على ما اتوقع؟
صحيح كانت نفس الوقت هي البطولتين، لكن صارت عندنا ظروف في اللاعبين وهذه اثرت على اداء الفريق.
باورفول، كان يقال ان انت ككواجل فريق يلا اي سبورتس مع ايدح كاجل للتيم، ولكن مع خروج ايدح من فريق يلا اي سبورتس كيف كان الوضع الجديد؟ هل تسلمت المهام بشكل كامل؟
استلمت الاي جي ال من البي ام بي ال سيزون 2 الفاينل، ومن الفتره هذيك الى الان انا مستمر اي جي ال.
ممتاز، موفق يا رب ان شاء الله.
وياك ان شاء الله.
Just heard there through from Powerful of YaLLa Esports today. And one thing actually that he said, which interested me, was Ida being what used to be the team leader now for them has left, obviously, YaLLa. And their Powerful is now the team leader, which is what they call Eagle there in the Arabian region. Zute, how does that affect them, though? Because they seem to have been struggling so far in these 2 days of Super Weekend.
Yeah, filling in the shoes of the original in-game leader, or as they call it, Eagle, by the way, which I think is absolutely amazing. I wish, back when I was being a competitive, I was called the Eagle of the team instead of just IGL. But it's a big step. It depends on their team chemistry before just how much the original IGL did. But traditionally, the IGL does take a very strong role, and it's going to take time for them to synergize and get used to, new style of leading, so to say, from Powerful.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be a long series of tournament vote that we've got to lead through, and there is still time. Keep in mind here, Zute, for YaLLa Esports to redeem themselves, particularly in today's 5 matches. And I think we're going to get in through to the format here, and I want to explain it to you, and obviously everyone at home who is just joining in onto the PMPL Arabian region. And we, of course, have had our league play for the first 2 days this week. And now we're on the Super Weekend, where all of those points of these teams have been gathering our top 16 from that league play. They're going to be keeping those points through to the future weeks, where they will be able to, hopefully, if they stay in the top 16 overall at the end of our 3 weeks, keeping as many points as they can through those 3 weeks that they've gathered, go through to our finals later in the tournament. But Zute, that is still to add a lot of differences that can be made, and particularly when it comes to not only getting the points for the Super Weekend, but the prize money here as well. Of course, you've got to mention the Super Weekend winner chicken dinner, 1,000 per win.
Yeah, so not only are these teams fighting for the points, but they could quite literally earn $1,000 each match. If they just get the chicken dinner during the Super Weekend, we're currently on the 3rd day of the Super Weekend, that's $1,000 in their pockets, and that's a lot of money, and it stacks up. If you're able to, get at least 1 win a day on the Super Weekends, that's 3,000 right there. And speaking about 3,000, I do believe the team of Rico Infinity has already gotten 3 chicken dinners. They're already 3,000 deep in their pockets, and there's still 5 games left today. They can maybe just win 1 or 2 more, or who knows? Maybe they could get another 3 just today.
Yeah, they had 2 on that first day. They had 1 there on that second day. And now is to check out if they can obviously keep themselves going on our 3rd day of games. So, and to check it out, of course, our maps will be the same here as Zute. Erangel starting us off, and Erangel to close us out at the end of the weekend. The Erangel sandwich, as I love to say. But got to mention, there is a rogue, though, inside of these 5 maps, and that being Sanhok.
Oh, yeah. Sanhok is always a tricky one to deal with. But I feel like these teams are very familiar with this map rotation, this format. It's the same as last year, PMPL coming into the Super Weekends. And for everyone just tuning in, I know it's a Saturday. Maybe today's the first day you'll get to, watch. Well, we'll show you guys, how the teams have been doing overall. But let's just say there might be some unexpected results. And as far as the teams competing in the Super Weekend, keep in mind, we do have 20 teams in the PMPL. The teams that are grayed out on your screens are the teams that didn't make top 16 on the regular league day, which was a 2-day scenario. But you can see here, the 16 teams that we do have competing right on your screen.
Yeah, of course, unfortunately for those 4 teams, they're not going to be competing. But for all of our 16 teams, they have been for the last 2 days. And to check out where they are right now here, Zute, it was a pretty hectic day yesterday in the change of those leaderboards. Rico still on top, but below them, KAMIKAZE now in 2nd, Twisted Minds 3rd, even Revolution, they're bumping themselves up all the way to that 4th position.
Yeah, it's great to see Twisted Minds up there. I know the player of Rolka is a very veteran player, so that veteranness does come into play here, getting his team overall up to the 3rd. But of course, it's not just him, it's the team effort. And yeah, Revolution doing really good. You were telling me KAMIKAZE was one of the teams that really stood out for you, and I can definitely see why. They had a huge, immense day yesterday.
Massive game on Erangel. Then they came out with a great chicken dinner as well. Got to see what they can do in today. I think 1EMILLION Esports, we saw on that first page, also bumping themselves out of that second half of the leaderboard. But there were some teams that weren't able to do that. And as you can see, there are some disappointments, I think, here, Zute, as well, particularly at that bottom of the leaderboard. Dunak still to get off of that 16th position.
Yeah, Dunak kind of stuck down there. Another team, Nigma Galaxy, and I also kind of got to call out YaLLa. YaLLa, I feel like they did have a little bit of a change in the sense of how their team works, so I'll cut them a little bit of slack. But as far as Nigma Galaxy goes, this roster is the roster from PMGC, if I'm not mistaken, and to see them struggle this much, I would cut them slack if I saw them had more elimination points, because during the PMGC, Nigma Galaxy was one of the highest scoring teams with one of the lowest scoring when it came to eliminations. So if they were changing things up and trying to get more eliminations and try and figure out, their weakness in terms of getting those elim points, I would give them some slack. But even here, towards the near bottom in 15th place, they're still low on the elimination. So it gives me a big question mark as to exactly what they're trying to do, why they're struggling, if they're trying some sort of new strategy.
Yeah, I think 963, the other one on that leaderboard, they were actually on almost the top of that leaderboard at the end of day one there, but they barely gained anything when it came to that second day of games there, Zute, and as a result, also find themselves lower on that leaderboard. But obviously, to head back to what you mentioned, Nigma Galaxy, actually wants to add on that this is something we've been talking about through the first day, the second day, consistency being the aim of the game. And to see Nigma Galaxy being in PMGC, being a consistent team, getting third inside of the finals, not having that replication though, how do they improve?
It is a marathon, not a sprint, right? This is the first super weekend. The only saving grace I would have to say for Nigma Galaxy is that being such a veteran team, they know there's 2 super weekends left. They probably feel confident enough to get into each of those super weekends, to get into the top 16 overall when we compile the 3 weekends together to make it into the finals, right? As per the format. So being such a veteran team, I don't think they're worried too much in the sense of, oh, this is do or die right now, but they're taking their time and they're going to figure things out as the weeks go on, and they still do got quite a lot of time left, so I'm not too worried, right? This is Nigma Galaxy after all, but we're hopping into game number 1, Highland Wolf, and this playing path is looking very nice to start off the day.
Very good indeed, because you see it is going to be that very central playing path down towards the southwestern side here of Corey, but do not fooled, Zute. Don't be fooled, because we've seen these playing paths before all day yesterday, and then we ended up being in the last game a 40%. Also, sorry, should I say phase 4 a 70%? It was even worse, in fact. Water zone in all of those teams, those players rushing just to scramble for some area in the open flats.
Yeah, it seems like this is almost an omen, so to say. Good playing path usually means bad circles. So maybe the teams have kind of gotten the hint of that, so maybe mentally they're already preparing for some crazy circles, and we saw this in day 1 as well. I remember Highland Wolf, the very first game of day number 1, we were like, oh, this is a nice playing path, maybe we'll have an easy start, and it was just absolute mayhem.
Fortunately for all of these players, though, is going to be again another slightly mayhem side zone, as it will head over towards the western side. And unfortunately, when we look towards where these teams like to drop to, say, a lot of them do tend to drop towards that more eastern end of Erangel. You can see Falcons down to Twisted Minds over just at a heads off farm. And I think actually it's an interesting theory that some of these players haven't used, and I would like to see them use. Maybe rotating rounds of Northern military base, because that western bridge hasn't actually been taken up or hasn't been gate kept compared to more likely the eastern bridge as it has been before.
I would have to agree with that one there. And with this circle, I think we're in for more of a regular game. I can't imagine what kind of hardships might lead to a crazy zone ending, other than the one that we saw all the way up in the northwest of Georgepool. We actually had a game in there right near the mountaintops. So, I mean, there is some interesting scenarios that could happen given the circle if it does continuously hardship a certain way. But I have a better feeling about this one. I feel like this one's going to be more of a slow, regular pace game with nice pacing all throughout.
Zute, every time you say that, every time anyone says that as a caster, I get very nervous. my heart starts to go, and it's purely because every time we say that, Zute, the zone goes crazy and it loses its mind when it comes to trying to kill these players. And unfortunately, for these players, they've got to deal with it, and they have dealt with it for what has been the better half of this entire week. So it's almost like the abnormal is becoming normal for them.
That is true. That is true. I think it's a good skill to practice too, right? Get used to the abnormal, so no matter what situation comes your way, your team will be prepared. Speaking about being prepared, right? What team right now do you think will show up, today? Like, they came into day number 3, had a good mental reset, or maybe, they carry that momentum from yesterday. We saw yesterday 1 million closing off the day with a really big chicken. Like, what team do you think today is going to take the spotlight and be the one that really gains a lot of points?
Okay, so I'm going to give you an honest answer here, and I'm going to give you my real answer. So my honest answer is going to be Rico Infinity Esports. I think that they have been consistent, particularly on Erangel. The way in which they patiently rotate is different to the rest of this lobby. The rest of this lobby tends to go into the center of zone by phase 2, phase 3 at the max, which you could say isn't the best idea, best strategy, but it's what we've been seeing. And then I've got to go to my real answer, which is probably going to be Revolution, honestly. I felt like Revolution, particularly coming off of that last game yesterday, we had a big high. They kind of scuffed it towards the end. They barely missed out on that chicken dinner. Of course, 1 million were the one to take that away, but I have faith that with their overall consistent performance and now their great result in the league, they can do well again today.
Okay, I like that. I actually really like that. Yeah, I'm looking at Revolution too. They don't have a chicken, but they're 4th overall. So the fact that they don't have that extra grand in their pocket could be a motivator, right, coming into the last day. Because after today, we're back to the regular league week, and there's no more $1,000 per chicken dinner until the start of the second super weekend. And Team Revolution, they're doing great. I think they could just push it a little bit harder to start getting those chickens. But I'm kind of on, to be honest with you, the KAMIKAZE hype train. They had a standout day yesterday, and it is kind of hard to keep that momentum from one day to the next, because you get that little bit of a break, and other teams, they start getting a little bit hungrier. They're like, we got to do better today. But I think KAMIKAZE, they could have a pretty standout day today as well.
I think KAMIKAZE, to be fair, is another one of those safer bets, right? But also surprising bets, because KAMIKAZE, we were talking about it pre-show, is they are new to the PMPL Arabia as an organization. Yes, the players, like Kante, for example, are very experienced, but to bring yourself still onto a new organization, possibly new coach, possibly new management, it does affect the way in which the players play. And to see them still bringing the top level of standard that we would expect here in the PMPL Arabia, as you could also argue the 3rd best region in the world, that's what we're looking for, and we're looking for that consistency that KAMIKAZE are bringing.
Speaking about consistency, NASR, another team that I feel like is very consistent, but just not consistent at the level that they want to play at. You see them on your screen right now, maybe taking a potential pick from the side of RTG down in the Razak area. Hassan scouting around, being quite careful. He's not peeking his head out too much. I think he's just trying to gain info, not really look for a knock or a confirm, so to say. So he's just setting up here and making sure this hillside doesn't get taken, so his teammates in school don't end up getting trapped inside. So a little bit of pre-planning right here. Good to see.
Yeah, I really like that adaptation as well from NASR. They had RTG in the 5th game there also try to jump in. They should have lost, I think, that fight. There was a big shotgun knock from one of the RTG members. They lost down to a 3v4 situation, but then RTG flunked it, and they still managed to die in 16th position. So NASR, I like that then they tried to move their players over towards the school side, knowing apartments might be contested again. Also bring a player up towards the end of to Roadhog, where RTG are supposed to be going based on where they've gone in the past. And that's the adaptation I'm looking for. I'm looking for that revision after the games are done at the end of the day. How can we adapt ourselves to then change our strategy so we're not being predictable? Because when you looked also to the south side, it's a similar situation with Evolution here, where you had a Hahe constantly dropping in around that south coastal line of mainland Erangel. And now, because that's been taken up, that adaptation where they move all 4 players down to the south, that worked out for them because now they're not losing or being pressured by a 1 versus 4 situation.
Loading that teams today are rotating quite more heavily for the center than on previous days, but that might be just given the fact of the circle. We see kind of a circle that's not as, you know, a question mark of potential of like a 50-50 military island, 50-50 north of Erangel or the middle of Erangel. I think teams are more familiar with this first zone, so we're seeing a lot more central rotations right now. You can see right here on your screen, yeah, the map is closing in. We got a couple of teams centered on up already. A few more just rotating and making their way in. But that second circle shift is about to come out. Teams will get a much better idea. And Revolution getting a little bit bridge camp down there on the south. They actually do lose a member. That blip popping up. And the circle shifts on downwards. And we're on to the main island of Erangel.
Unfortunately, their Revolution, I think I might have cursed him, though. To be fair, Zuti, said it, no one was going to camp them, but then you also have... Yeah, I know, right? And then, unfortunately, it happens. So there you go. The Caster Curse strikes once again, and the South Zone shift not really going to help them here, considering that all of those other teams now going to be on their way towards that south side. I think instantly, my eyes drawn towards that more hillside, just to the more eastern end of Quarry, I think, here, Zute, where you can overlook the edge of Gatka Fields. Also, Quarry itself, similar job, can do also that look over Gatka Fields. And those flats, that's where the kills are going to be.
So Conqueror Iraq, the team that was camping out the military base island side of Revolution. Stalwart Esports also losing a member right there. So we got 2 players down for now. Quite some more to go. And oh, YaLLa holding a split here. They're doing a 1-3 split. The 3 other players of YaLLa are on top of the mountainside. So Ragnar's role right here is to play as a spoiler. Wait for one person to run in. Oh, but he gets, what is this? Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
Oh,
he knew.
Oh, oh my gosh. What is this split by YaLLa? We were talking about how this team is, you know, performing a little bit under leveled, and we see here that was just... There was no support for Ragnar, and the position he put himself in was not ideal. You saw SK Don run by, take a second look, and was like, wait a second. Wait, that's a person standing there.
That's not the wall that I was thinking would be there, but yeah, they knocked out a second as well, and unfortunately, yes. Also, you can see, well, there was a knock against also Rico Infinity Esports. However, it's still going to be so much worse for YaLLa losing that player, and then also losing their entrance down more so into that zone. Keep in mind that was a southern shift in YaLLa. They need to go through that path of Rico Infinity. Elsewise, they then have to make a bigger rotation and possibly get caught by some of those teams rotating around, I would say, the western sides.
Rico Infinity right now taking a very strong position, but with any strong position, many teams might try and, you know, take their peek at it and try and see if they can take it over for themselves. So Rico Infinity definitely having a little bit of an issue when it comes to some third parties, but given how good of a position they are in, just a few smokes and they should be able to recover everybody. As far as YaLLa is concerned, though, they will not be recover that teammate down there. So that split they did, I don't mind it, but I think it was just played and executed horribly. I've seen teams do like a 3-1-2-2 split between Mount Everest and the compounds where Rico Infinity is at right now, and it works out fine, but I think the execution was the biggest issue there.
Yeah, I think there was just no cover, right, coming through from the rest of the YaLLa. You expect if Ragnar tries to run through in one direction, the rest of the players are there to cover him, to punish Rico Infinity for their over-aggression. But because it wasn't, they are down to 3, and you can see also Sanji making their rotation down as they do have a long way to go. Hoping that zone goes up towards the northern side. It saves him a little bit. It does go towards more the middle, but to the west. So I think this is probably the best that YaLLa honestly could have hoped for. If it had gone into the east, then unfortunately fighting through a lot of those other teams. So saved by the phase shift.
Yeah. The circle going to the southwest. This is going to be a nice circle. Teams should be extremely familiar. And I do love how the very center of this circle, for about like a 500-meter distance, is just open fields. So we're going to see like a pocket open up in the middle, and teams will center around the sides to go for their fights. And Nigma Galaxy crashing right into the YaLLa team. Luckily for them, YaLLa was set up here first, and they get the opening, taking one down from Nigma Galaxy.
But still, keep in mind, YaLLa, they already lost one at the previous exchange, so it's still a 3v3 situation, and it's still even here for Nigma. A nade through the front door will find it though onto Sanji, and now it brings down to the 2v3 heroes, Hopen and Powerful, trying to reroute here in the fight, bringing now Powerful together with Hopen, but Hopen's already so low, and you can see there the next knock going down is from Dunak, no less, and it's a third party with the help of Nigma Galaxy, punishing YaLLa again for another match, and they may just be the final ones to fall here in 16th position.
Ooh, we were saying how that circle shift was going to be good for YaLLa for a clean rotation. The rotation was in. They got there first, but the manpower from Nigma Galaxy, the 4v3 coming into play, but elsewhere, also so many teams fighting. And we're seeing so many fights given the fact that the center of the circle, like I mentioned, take a look at the map right now on your screen. A lot of open field areas, not much hard cover to play with, so these teams are kind of forced to take these early engagements. And I think Rico Infinity doing a good job there too as well, taking over this compound. Some of them get knocked, but they're able to keep that full reset going to keep all 4 members alive into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I'm actually happy that we get a zone like this, Zute, because it means that we get to avoid the ill will that is all of these teams jumping into the center of the zone by phase 2, phase 3. Now they actually have to play on the edge. They don't have a choice, because in the center of that zone, it's just all flat and Gattaca Fields. Yes, you got a little bit of chopsticks, but that's about the maximum that you really are earning. So with all of these teams on the outside, how do they learn to play? Can they play the game of being on the edge of the zone and then rotating in later on?
I think these teams should be fine. I mean, it's different than the circles that we've had previously in the last 2 days, but this circle is actually the normal type of circle that we usually see come out of these games. So I think even though the teams haven't gotten a chance to play it as much or as often this Super Weekend, they should be very comfortable. Of course, you know, some engagements are going to be forced out to happen as the next circle shifts on down. And oh, this one, oh, I remember this circle so much in my competitive days. You get that open field just to the east of the circle, and then you get that large giant hilltop to the west. That's going to be the focus of a lot of teams. And of course, a team that secures that southern side hilltop, they're going to have a really good advantage as well coming into the rest of the game.
I'm not surprised there was 1million here, because they were 12 in that first game yesterday. They got a chicken at the end of game 5 yesterday too, and they're looking amazing, quite frankly, from day 2 on Erangel, and to see if they can now hold that circle though, because we also saw the difficulty of holding a position with so many teams jumping in around you, particularly on Sanhok actually in game number 4, where there was this cluster of teams and all of them ended up falling. None of them survived because none of them could hold that position that was so strong in around Quarry. So as a result, yes, this may not be Sanhok, but can they hold it here at least on Erangel, the more basic, you could argue, of maps that you should be more knowledgeable of?
Yeah, throughout the years, a strong position has typically gotten not as strong. Because early on in the competitive days, a strong position, teams knew it was strong, and if a team was there, they would not bother to fight for it. But as the years of competitive has developed, as Twisted Mind picks up a nice knock right there onto Revolution, we'll be able to get that confirmed. But as esports for PUBG Mobile has developed over time, teams will fight for that strong position because they know if they fight for it and they take it over, they're the ones that's going to be piloting the rest of the game.
Revolution. They're not quite done though just yet. I think, as you say, they want to try pilot something else here against Twisted Minds, but nothing will occur. Dami shuts it all down on the knocked QHT, and they'll fall down to 14th position. But Twisted Minds, they do also have themselves one knock against them. They find a revive. 1million Esports. there, even with Jabal on the off angle. So far away from the rest of his team, but I love this position to spoiler out the rest of these teams on the south side, who will be making those wider rotations, even wrapping around from the south to come back up into the hillside where 1 million are. Such a great position, which cannot be pushed so easily. Rico, Infinity Vote, also in the fight versus NASR is
1v1.
Ida finds one. It is a 1v1 down to him, 3 on either side, but can he find them? He's looking for the kills. He finds the first onto one Ida. He's missing all the shots, and it's not good enough for Saab, but a drop shot finds it, and Rico silenced down with the upset, 13th.
Hassan with that drop shot coming clutch right there. And they were about to get third party, but we're off to another fight. This one coming out from RTG Esports versus the KAMIKAZE team that I was talking about. I feel like they could have a good day. Back onto the NASR fight. I mean, this one's not looking good. Hassan's getting full third party. You saw 3 of his teammates knocked. Not a chance for any resets. And there we go. 963 coming in. Taking advantage of that opportunity. Very good job by 963 Egypt. You see, they're up to 6 eliminations as well. They only have lost 1 player, that of Zuxi. But that's fine. 6 elim points is looking good for them. And they managed to keep 3 players up alive. On the northwestern side, another fight breaking down between Falcon and KURD. 12. Looks like the Falcons do have the advantage here, as KURD is forced onto the low ground down to 1 player. But here comes Enrod for the third party opportunity. I absolutely love how this zone is playing out.
The next zone is where all the action is at, Azute. Is here, you got Rad as well, the third party. You can even count K12 here. KURD12 is at 4th. Is Rad stepping further forward. They've not even noticed Surprise here, and he's surprised one already with a nade. He's put the smoke down. They've actually blocked the vision of Surprise, but he sends out another. Goes wide, only tickles him down to half HP. Sadat also coming off the other side, but he has an eye on every single one of these Rad players. Heals back up, and Rad, they still will not find him. They get the revive back in, and they're looking for the fight versus Falcons, but Falcons are dropping. But there, they find a 1-for-1 trade. Damar going to be silenced out by Rad, and Surprise still in the waiting as the zone finally moves further forward. Front fighting on 2 different sides. So that's down. Desha now stepping forward for the revive. Surprise eliminated by Satan. The third party doesn't come through, but Desha is already wiped off the floor with Falcons. They found their second, and now it's down to the 2v3 situation, but they go back in the zone for the vehicles, and Falcons, they don't want this fight. They leave because they know that the zone is encroaching in behind them.
Yeah, you see so many teams fighting out of zone, and that's literally because there's nothing left in the zone that's hard cover for you to really play. These teams recognize, okay, if there's nothing left to really play in this zone, that means same thing goes for the other teams coming in, and they're going to fight for the same spot as us most likely, or there's just going to be too many teams here with not enough hard cover. So they're trying to take the fights early on, which I absolutely love to see. By the way, it's ironic that Surprise was the last one up, and he could have had a huge surprise, but he decided not to. So quite an ironic name to have for not stepping up and taking some shots and giving everyone else a surprise. But here we see 1 million taking a fight with Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds holding that low ground just low enough to keep their heads safe for now, but definitely not in a good position if they get pushed upon from the high ground.
I mean, I'm not disappointed though that KURD12 Surprise went down. I think that he had a massive 2v1 situation last time. He can have it again. It's unfortunately though, Twisted Minds, not so fortunate. They will go down, another one into zone, and now with only 3 players remaining, 1 less vehicle, they're losing options here as Rad. They'll fall down before them, at least 1 extra position, but in the smoke you can't see anything versus the fight, and you can see the lack of vision, but the spray's good enough, and Twisted Minds down, but 1 million, they're down to 1 player as well, and Jabal, I don't think he's long for his world.
The next circle comes on out, and we are shifting into the middle of nowhere. It's literally just hay bales, but there is a little bit of a slope that goes from the west to east side. So the very eastern team does not have sightlines on the very western team and vice versa. That's pretty much it for the dynamic of this zone shift, but we still have some high ground left in play. As you can see, a KONQUEROR player up at the top, trying to pick up whatever points he can before he's forced to go on down, trying to get some knocks and openings onto the Nigma Galaxy side, but they are definitely aware of that, knowing their weak point is at high ground. Nigma Galaxy having a very good first day right now. They did lose a player, but they're making it into the late game. 6 teams left up, only 15 players left alive.
One of the greatest results so far at Super Weekend from Nigma Galaxy. Still 3 players to choose. They've got the smokes, they've got the position in the zone, but they have to hope those smokes hold long enough as everyone else now encroaches in further forward to the zone. Gallagher going to be eliminated, down to our final 5. Conqueror in 6. Falcons and 963 here on the other side, trying to power down Nigma from either end of the map, but still no one falls. Nigma looking for the further shots onto Falcons. Still a game missing them all. 963, 1 million on the back end. Yes, they are also approaching, but it's this full squad here, Zute. The full squad of Dunak, who are in 16th position. This is a game if they can just slowly walk their way forward in further to that zone.
Yeah, 16th position Dunak, 15th position Nigma Galaxy. Both of these teams really need the points, and they're making it into the late game, which is great to see. Dunak, of course, coming in from the northern side with 4 players. They have the biggest advantage coming into this late game circle. But Dunak having such a rough first 2 days. Do they have the execution to pull off the chicken as 963? There's a player in there.
Stuck.
There is a player in there out of the other team. Oh,
but he gets the kill.
Yeah, he just wants to kill, and he's gonna drive on back to the rest of his team. And actually, I think some stray bullets ended up blowing up that car. So we're down to 3 teams now. We got Dunak, 963, and the Nigma Galaxy team.
Nigma, they are on the edge of the zone. All of them have made it inside phase 6, but phase 7 is gonna shift once more, Zute, and not all of them are gonna be as comfy anymore. But where will it go? There's all the teams patiently waiting, patiently hoping that it goes to them, and it's to the edge here in 963. They grab the zone for themselves, but now they have to hold it.
963 with 12 eliminations already, with 3 members still up. And they get the zone. This could be an absolutely massive game for them. But of course, Dunak still has a chance to work with their 4 players, their man advantage, onto everyone else and bully out the teams. But this being an open field zone, it's going to be a war of attrition. Even if you got an extra player, it kind of comes down to who could get the opening knock and who can snake the best in this last zone.
963. They're going for the push further in onto the zone. They find 2 players into the phase 7 mark. Dunak also slowly walking, crawling even, their way further in onto the zone 2. But it's Nigma here, Zute, who aren't even in the zone. They could be the spoiler here, as they maybe rush later on in, create the kills that we need.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy definitely coming in a little bit slower than everyone else. We see the smokes out of Dunak being used very well to cover some sightlines, cover some splotches of the map, just to get them to be able to inch ever so closer. They're keeping a little bit of a 3-1 split here, which is good. You always want spacing when it comes to these snake zones, because if your teammate next to you takes some shots, and some shots ring on back in your general direction, and you got teammates right next to you, they might be just taking some stray bullets and getting some free damage onto themselves. So you do want to stay spread, but not too spread to the point where you end up isolating yourself on one side of the field. And you can see here, it looks like we're not going to take any casualties. Everyone playing very quiet. They know the second if they take some shots, both teams will be looking in their direction. So no one wanting to give away any sound signals in terms of gunfire.
Ooh, but the sound signals are coming out strong from NOSA. The vehicle straight on into the smoke makes it as obvious as you like, and the nades come through
I don't know
equally
what that
and
was.
rightfully punished. I'm not sure what was even going on. Yes, the smoke was nice, you block out the view from Nigma, but then you actually just hurt yourself by driving on into it. Messi will also be caught there, but sidesteps to the left and will be able to avoid the bullets from Nigma Galaxy. confirm on a second knock as Dunak also, they will open fire. 963, they would have won to made a mistake right at the final moments. 2 down, it's only Messi alive. But Hamodi on the first gives himself away, and Dunak, they find the knock, but it's the elimination through from 963. 13 now for them.
We're down to a full team of Dunak and Nigma Galaxy 963. It might seem like they have 2 players, but they cannot go for a revive in this field zone. The second they go crouch for that revive, they're going to get taken down. So it's a 4v1v1. This is looking really good for Dunak. And Lath, he hears Ralph shooting. He throws that nade. It looks good. Is that a touchdown? Oh, close. So close. But Ralph will scooch on out with 60 HP left. One player of Dunak goes down, but they still got 3 up. Can Ralph do something here?
Nigma, Ralph, as you say, I don't think he can do much though. They spot him out. He's down. Down to our final 2 is Nigma. 8 kills into 3rd position. 963, they'll fall quickly after. And Dunak, they take the chicken dinner of the first match here, Zute. It was a slow burner here for our first match, but very much needed for our, quite frankly, 3 teams that are close to the bottom of that leaderboard.
It was a really good game for the underdogs coming into today. Good to see Dunak also get the chicken and the $1,000 in their pocket, and being the last place team coming in today's matches. And you're starting off the day not with only a good amount of points, but you're starting off the day with some money, some cash. I mean, this could be the starting point for them to really turn the rest of this Super Weekend around, given the fact that there's only 4 matches left. And I feel like they got to ride that momentum, Highland Wolf. They got to ride it to the end of the Super Weekend.
But they've got 4 matches still to go, though, Zute. They've got to show us even more than that one game. Everyone in this PMPL Arabia is obviously capable of having one great game, but we're always looking for the big consistency with a capital K at the start of it, because that is what we are searching for by the end as we get onto those finals. But to close out the first Super Weekend and get these extra points is still going to be important, because you are creating a buffer for yourself here, Zute, to then, if you miss out potentially on one of the Super Weekends in week 2 or week 3, you don't have to worry as much because you've got some points under your belt.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that, right? There is a chance for a team to miss out on the next Super Weekend. So you're not always guaranteed to make it here. And taking a look at the match rankings, 963 Egypt, they didn't get the chicken, but we saw how many elimination points they were racking up throughout the match. And well, they come in first overall for the match ranking with 26. Dunak Esports with the chicken coming in with 22. Nigma Galaxy, that was a much needed game for them. They just got 18 points in the past 10 games. The Nigma Galaxy team hasn't managed to average anything close to that per game.
Well, they managed to get themselves practically half their points of 10 games here, Zute. Also, Falcons, yes, it's only 9 points, but they are also in much need of those points as well, and putting themselves in that 5th position. Good work through from them. And I think actually this creates almost a more even standings of that leaderboard, just slightly, because you notice that all of these teams pretty much minus 1 million in Twisted Minds, to an extent NASR as well. They were all on the bottom, 2nd page of that leaderboard. And now to see them moving up, and to see is we look at the second half of that leaderboard as well, you'll notice it here, Zute, that's where all of the top teams are.
Yeah, Rico Infinity, the number 1 team, only getting 3 points, right? We got KAMIKAZE, who was the number 2 team, only getting 3 points. And Revolution, you were picking them to have a really good day coming into the last Super Weekend day. And they start off, not only do they start off with a 0 point, but you also caster curse them in the very beginning. You were throwing out the Western Bridge might be clear for this team, and then they lose a player, and then they finish off with 0 points. So I don't know, man. If Highland Wolves is to be his team, good luck to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I even cast a curse Rico, right? I said that they were gonna do well too, and then they ended up in practically almost last. The only reason they got points was because they got them from their kill points overall. And now I'm hoping that they can come back in the second game, but I'm not going to say anything because I feel like if I say something, Zute, I worry they may just fall down even there. So I'll keep my mouth zipped here for the second match. I mean, I've also got to hand it to you, though. You don't get out of this one so easy. Who are you really looking at from this first game to get in good on Miramar?
For Miramar, Miramar is almost a harder map to predict than Sanhok, in my opinion, because it all comes down to that very first circle, right? But seeing Nigma Galaxy kind of, getting their stuff together, and Miramar being one of the highest skill ceiling maps to play, it's the most difficult, in my opinion, in terms of versatility, adaptation. Like, you need a lot of map knowledge for this one. I'm going to give it to Nigma Galaxy because I know they got the experience. I know they got the knowledge. So if they are playing well today, which it does seem like, I think they're going to do well on Miramar. But taking a look at the Oppo moments, there's Nigma Galaxy right there on your screen. Stalwart UAE. It was just mad frantic action all throughout the entirety of the game. And that's because we had such a good zone.
Yeah, phase 4 was really where it happened. A lot of teams, a lot of fighting. We went from fight to fight to fight to third party was really where it happened in the action stations here. And yes, a brilliant nade through, nades here and there, but it came down to the final few zones here. For those who did manage to get in, it was these underdogs who searched quickly for that position into the zone. And as a result, you can see that, yes, all of them bring out some skill that we hoped they were looking for to bring out in this Super Weekend.
Oh, that... do we want to talk about this mistake right there? Like, what?
No. Like, they had a good game up to this point. Let's not ruin too much today.
Okay. But that buggy though, it's just that was
buggy though.
Watch.
That's one of those moments where like you're playing a game and it's like 20 minutes in and your brain just has a lapse. that's what happens. You're gonna shut off for like 2 seconds and then you realize what you did and you're like, here comes an aid, and then you die.
I mean, I get the idea, right? They're using that smoke, they drive the buggy in, they use TPP from inside the vehicle. It works in very certain situations, but that was definitely not the one. But hey, it's a learning point for them. And you're right, 963 still had a really good game. They picked up a lot of elimination, got the most amount of points in that match, even though they didn't get the chicken. So I'll cut them some slack.
Cut them some slack, but we've got to see if you can keep it up in game 2, as we'll see it there. And you guys after a short break. back, everyone. We're here after the first match of the PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. Of course, myself, Han, and Zute with you for our final day of the first Super Weekend. And it was, though, here, Dunak, Zute, that took the first game of 4-5 that we got today. And to be fair, I think they really needed that game to get up on those points.
Yeah, we were just talking about it earlier. Like, they were last place and they come in on the very first game, right? Keep in mind, this isn't the second, the third, the very first game, and they get that chicken and they get a lot of points. So that means they have 4 games left to play to work off the momentum of game number 1. But the thing is, we're heading into Miramar. It's a completely different map, a completely different play style. It's hard to carry over the momentum from an Erangel game into Miramar. And speaking of which, I mean, I think that's why we do that Erangel sandwich, right? We want to break it up. We want to throw these teams a little bit of a curveball every now and then. So the question is, can Dunak do well on Miramar as well? Another team that did well, that needed it, Galaxy, right? I'm willing to bet more on Nigma Galaxy and doing well on Miramar.
To be fair, if they can continue this consistency, I have some more faith. I think in Dunak and Nigma, I'm slightly still concerned, though, about that consistency. They've got to be able to push forward. They've got to be able to prove, not to us, but to everyone as well, you guys at home, that they can reach up on those standings. Also, to be fair, it was a great game through from some of the other teams in that bottom of the leaderboard. Is 9-6-3-2 Zute taking themselves up on the win. And it's not only though 9-6-3 who did great though. You could also having this beautiful production, all of this juiciness that you can see in front. That's from the official streaming partner, Nemo TV, bring you every day of action here at the PMPL. I gotta go back to my point, Zute. You're not dodging it. What do you think of 9-6-3?
I mean, 9-6-3 is. They may have not gotten that chicken. They may have, made a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of a slip up with that buggy play towards the end game. But they came out with the most amount of eliminations and the most amount of overall points. So another team that could ride that momentum. And I keep saying ride that momentum because all the teams that did well that last match were the teams more towards the bottom of the overall after the first 2 days. So it's like a nice little change of pace to see a potential shift from the bottom teams starting to do better coming into the last day of the Super Weekend. For the very first week, though, of the Super Weekends. We still got 2 more Super Weekends. A lot can change.
Right, and that's 2 weeks of action. You guys at home can follow all the action on with, of course, our beautiful social media array that we have below, where, as we say, you can find us all on that social media there and jump in onto the conversation using the hashtag PMPL on YouTube, Facebook, Insta, Twitter, or TikTok as well. And to be fair, though, also to some of the other teams, we talked about 9-6-3, we talked about Dunak, Nigma. I think actually another big surprise, and as we jump on in to, I think the next game, really the thing I'm looking out for, should I say the team that I'm looking out for, is KONQUEROR, because I felt like they were just one little push, one small mistake away from possibly also taking that game.
Okay, so I'll cheer for the team that you're scared to cheer for because you already cursed them, right? I mean, I put Nigma Galaxy on. I think, I'm not too worried about Caster cursing them just because they're an experienced team. But the side of Revolution, I agreed with you in the pre-show. Like, yeah, I think Revolution, no chicken dinners. They were top 4. They were the 4th place coming into today before the first match. That kind of should give them a little bit of a drive. Like, hey, we're doing really good as a team. We're just missing that chicken. So, I mean, the first game, we'll not talk about that, right? We'll not talk about that one. But coming into Miramar, hey, this could be their map. This could be their one to take home that chicken, to get that $1,000 in their pocket. And, well, we'll see very soon as we are on the map Miramar. And the playing path is looking like it is pretty good, actually, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
We know what this means, Zute. if we've learned anything from the previous days, maybe we had like the one game that was like the regrowing of the difficulty of these zones, but now I have a sneaky feeling that we're going to have in this second game slightly more harder equation to solve for these teams when it comes to getting in onto those Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase 4 shifts. And I actually am very disappointed in one thing that we've not seen here, Zute, is that we are casting with myself, Harlan Wolf, and there's not been a Los Leones zone. This is like my staple. Last time we casted a PMPL Arabia in full split, and you maybe not know this, is 7 games of Miramar in a row, we had a Los Leones zone.
That sounds not fun. I was going to say fun.
Yes.
You said 7 games. Okay, like maybe 3 is fun. Like, okay, just 1 alone is not fun for the competitive players. But for the casters, we could take 2, maybe 3. But you said 7? I don't think anyone's having fun at that point.
I'm an expert at Los Leones now, baby. Like, I know the ins and outs of that city. We've seen it from every angle. Unfortunately for me, though, the zone Phase 1 will shift away, for the most part, from Los Leones' side, and instead here towards more the western end of Miramar. And it can still be difficult. I think there can still be some chaos, particularly on the rotations in onto this zone, because, again, we are seeing a lot of eastern side teams.
Yeah, the eastern side is definitely going to get congested with that western first circle. But at least for this one, it shouldn't be too difficult to rotate. Speaking about rotating, Miracle has rotated into a double pump shotgun and a car. So that's not a good start to NASR. And Revolution, oh, they just lost a player as well. I guess I should also not talk about them either. Revolution.
No, please don't.
Yeah, we'll not mention that team until they get that chicken, maybe. But KONQUEROR and Dunak both picking up 1 early elimination point. And with the playing path being the way it was, I think it did kind of force a lot of these teams to stretch into the same area. We had these quick little scrappy fights.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look towards that zone, definitely I think the eyes on Twisted Minds as well, along that more western side, Monte Nuevo, keeping themselves very split. I think for now, that is great. You also look towards YaLLa in around Picardo as well, typically have been there in the past. But as we saw yesterday, YaLLa, who stay there for slightly longer, actually were able to catch out Rico Infinity Esports and also Stalwart in the previous game, who tend to make that rotation down towards the rest of Picardo's side. To see recap here as well of how it all went wrong in the caster lineup of Revolution, doing so well, except they didn't.
Yeah, KAMIKAZE on that southern side here, looting up the city. Very nice city to loot. A lot of loot here. The only difficult part is if the circle is far away, you got a long way to rotate. This is the very southwestern side of the map. But the first circle, as you saw previously, is on the western side for starters. So KAMIKAZE should have an easier time with this zone. Some other teams that I'm taking a look at in particular is Nigma Galaxy. They're looting on the western side on El Pozo, so they also get a very nice, easy first start. And here they are on your screen. They can make early rotation. Early rotations are super important on Miramar, in my opinion, because just the rotation part is the most difficult thing when it comes to playing this map with all the high ground, the dips, just the lack of vehicles too that, you know, to like traverse the difficult terrains. So if Nigma Galaxy makes an early rotation with this favorable first zone, they could set themselves up for another really stellar game.
I think particularly rotating towards the eastern side and actually taking control of that main road that goes in between Hacienda and San Martin down to Monte Nuevo. That's where my eyes would be looking here, because that's one of the key paths a lot of these teams will be forced to take, because they know that Picardo is taken up by YaLLa. They know that the rest of Power Grid is also taken up by RTG and around that location every game. So to avoid that, they may try to go through that main road around those hills, and it's a great opportunity. We've seen Nigma try to challenge that in the past, and they proved successful, so why not do it again?
Don't change what is not broken. Or how does that saying go? Don't fix what's not broken?
Yes. Don't
something
fix.
like that?
Oh, no. English
No,
is
that's
hard.
not it. Yeah, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Something, basically, I agree with you. If it has worked before, why not, you know, do it again? So we'll see. We'll see how this match plays out, though. The first zone, of course, is only the first zone. We could see some really crazy circle shifts in Miramar, where it goes from one side of the terrain of map to a completely other, and you might have a huge giant just intraversible mountain that you got to rotate around or through, but there could already be teams set up there. So Miramar, this is the trickiest map of them all, but for now it's really quiet. You know, the teams are just looting on up. The circle isn't like a crazy first circle to a point where teams are like, okay, we got to get there now, or else we're just going to be, you know, pretty much done for the rest of the game. So teams are taking their time, which is good to see. That just means they're comfortable with their rotations in the later stages of the game.
I've got it. I've got the phrase, Zute. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the strategy that you got to play off of. I know it came to my brain, and I've never felt so good today. That's a feels good man moment. Is we're just looking again down towards here. Stalwart also making their own rotation here from the eastern side. I actually really appreciate, by the way, some of these more Impala, Puerto Parisio side rotations, even counting 1 million over in Al Azhar, because they actually can make these wider rotations. Yes, they're going to be engulfed by phase 1, maybe into phase 2, but if they're keeping efficient tabs on where the zone is relative to the location of the zone, they can slowly make their way in, and they can actually avoid a lot of the fighting that happens on the edge of this zone, because as teams, as we know, love to be more centralized in this zone, in this region, that's a great opportunity then to play on the opposite end of that spectrum, play towards the edge of the play area, try to find your slow way in, especially considering that they're not going to have the information as some of these other teams will have inside of that zone of other teams.
Yeah, so the circle is closing on in. Hopefully we get to see the overall map pretty soon. But one thing I'm noticing is so many teams are playing so split from one another, which is good to see out of a map, especially like Miramar. You want to control those different power positions for those different lines of sight. You want to space out teams, put out pressure as much as you can early on when the circle isn't so congested. So when it does get smaller, you'll naturally have a bit more control of the territory around you. And for now, we're going to see Jabal running in the open and getting caught. And oh, that's a firing squad right there. That was 3 or 4 players of the Falcons all camping out. That one poor soul, he did not stand a chance. Oh my gosh, that was brutal.
It's only going to get more brutal because 1 million, they've not even started on their rotation. And Stalwart, you can see why they're rotating to La Bandita. But realistically, La Bandita is on the edge. It's a core location with the height over it to look forward into more of those flats coming towards Picado. I'm not really sure why they're rotating towards there. Their only real saving grace is that one of those NASR members, they're all the way over in Picado. So they're actually not going to have the man advantage. And that is something at least Stalwart can take advantage of as they are forced to rotate into this second phase. It does centralize up in towards that Picado hill itself.
Yeah, so you saw earlier on that map, a lot of teams playing very split up. I think that's kind of a new strategy coming out of Miramar. Teams already know once the circle gets to the end stages, there's not much spacing or territory they could control just naturally because teams will be forced to crash upon you. But in the first 2 circles, even into the 3rd circle, hey, if you could just keep a team entirely at bay with 1 or 2 players, why not? Right? That can only add to your benefit towards the later stages of the game. So many teams are taking advantage of that new strategy. You can see Twisted Minds here on that Southwest, right? So split up from one another, but they're trying to lock down the entirety of the Southwest as K12. They lose another player to the side of KAMIKAZE.
KURDSQUAD, unknown, will fall down, but at least they should be able to get further. Maybe even save their downs man. You can see Ramek making the move, making the rotation further forward, but Kante is there, actually looking to maybe cut off the tail here of KURDSQUAD as makes a backwards rotation down towards the more south side of this zone, trying here KAMIKAZE to cover as much territory in as much possible angles into this next phase to see what is the best solution further forwards. Twisted Minds on the top also going to be looking down at them, and it will, I think with Twisted Minds here, realistically, the bigger threat for KAMIKAZE heading further forward, if as you do what you said, where they just stay on this hill, they just wait and pressure KAMIKAZE from going nowhere.
Yeah, it's Twisted Minds. They're looking to gatekeep this potentially. Or they could just play quiet enough where KAMIKAZE might not be aware. But no, they are fully aware. Of course, shots did ring out earlier. So KAMIKAZE, they should be fine though. This is only circle number 2. Still a lot of rotational options. Twisted just pretty much being a nuisance at this point. Trying to slow down this team. And if anything, they're trying to force this team to rotate away towards a different direction. So Twisted Minds don't have to worry about their flanks anymore in future subsequent circles.
Twisted Minds breaking down the wheels of the car, restricting the movement here of KAMIKAZE, but they still are alive. They still have their bodies intact. But for how much longer here? As Twisted Minds move back further, in closer to the zone. Phase 2 almost at its end. And this Phase 3 will again only bring these teams closer. Close enough though. Our Revolution and Rico Infinity Esports is Prestige. Finding this called out member here of Al-Hahi, constantly the one solo man here for Revolution, but tends to be the scout. Unfortunately, brings his body to a risk of being shot down as a result of it.
Rico Infinity on the map, and oh, we take a look at that circle shift. It might be a little bit smaller on your map, but that's a hard shift down to that southwestern side, and immediately so many teams have to get a move on. We're only heading into circle 3. That was a nasty shift as Nigma Galaxy mounting a nice good split defense here, picking up 1, but I think that's all they want because they know with that new circle they got to get a move on.
It's particularly nasty, though, Zute, because of the nature in which these teams are positioned. They're all positioned on the way that is going in onto this next shift. So they are all, as a result, looking for that small building here and there, right on the edge of the circle that is there for the taking. And unfortunately, you cannot make that mistake, RTG, onto the rock. And Rico Infinity Esports, a 3 kill for them. Handed onto a silver platter as Vito forced to rotate elsewhere.
Rico Infinity, I think they ordered some delivery surface. They ordered just 1 point, and that 1 point was delivered to them quite nicely. And you see right here on the map, a lot of teams already trying to make their way in. Very clean rotations. We still got 55 players left alive. Of course, this circle shift a little bit difficult. Players definitely losing some of their members here and there, but Rico Infinity sticking it strong. They're playing it slow. They're not frantically trying to rotate in the circle, and if anything, they're catching the teams that are being a little bit more frantic off guard and picking up some nice little elim points here and there.
Really happy, though, I think, with some of the rotations here, some of these teams. I mean, you see 963, they've got themselves more high ground on the opposite end of this road. Similarly here with Nigma Galaxy as well. Taking that hillside there, Zute, just before the road is a brilliant opportunity there to punish those teams coming in, but also have the high ground to check up on teams down to the south who are already in that third phase shift. And that road is going to be the nuisance, is going to be the difference maker in the future if it continues to centralize around it, because it not only splits here the players, but it splits them more dramatically, as we say, because there is such a large hill in such flow, flat terrain that's all open on the other end of it.
Yeah, we are taking a look at NASR here, one of the teams that should be playing better given their veteranness, but struggling just a little bit, driving on close, doing a edge rotation. Of course, this being Miramar, very difficult at this point to rotate more center, and even if they did rotate more center, you saw earlier on the map, a lot of the positions are all taken, and if anything, a huge majority of the map is just that mountainous terrain with so many ridges that's so difficult to rotate around. Nigma Galaxy set up in a nice, comfortable area with that new zone shift. So we just had a hard zone shift down to the southwest and now a hard zone shift up to the northeast. Rico Infinity definitely getting some work cut out for them because that circle controls is on their edge side. They are dominating it. You can see right there, they're taking out another member of the RTG side.
Making it oh so easier. But they do get a knock against them as well, as they're not quite done just yet. I believe it was Jane who was able to find one equally back, but Vito in much worse for wear as he is on his own. And now 3 angry Rico Infinity Esports players looking to try Sanderson down. But they are bigger fish to fry. There is so many of these players rotating in. Falcons have already set themselves up, as we saw on that zone shift towards the western side. Also going to be pressure from them, controlling the flank. And it's these two teams with the high ground. It's going to be great if they can hold it. They're going to get so many kills and so much potential to shoot themselves up in the leaderboard. But with that is the high risk of that high reward of being taken out themselves.
Yeah, teams are vying for this position. They're locked in at this point. They have the zone, and neither team wants to go downhill. So this will be a fight to the death. And Rico Infinity, they definitely got the man advantage. RTG forced to play a lot quieter. Rico Infinity up to 4 eliminations already. They're looking to pick up so much more if they clean out this side of the circle effectively. You see KS Vito here being a little bit quiet here, being more of a snake, and that could come in huge when taking this fight with Rico Infinity if they're not aware of his exact location.
Ida is moving up though. Can he get himself up on that? No, it's just a little bit too much. Can't jump high, my friends. We're going to try it again. Oh, they found a strategy. They found a position that time. They're able to use their little leggies, and they do throw a jump their way up. Now it's a man inside. Smoke will protect him. J9 won't be able to get anything from this. Is now Ida pushing further forward. RTG pushed further back. YaLLa, keep in mind also, rotating their way further in onto that zone, but it's KAMIKAZE. They are the first ones here to fall, alongside NASR immediately after.
Yeah. On the other side of things, on the eastern side, not the northern side, we see CONQUEROR, one of the teams that we did mention. We feel like could have a better game here. Struggling just a little bit. They have lost 1 player, but they managed to pick up 4 eliminations for that 1 player. So that's pretty good trade right there. And they'll come in right underneath the side of that mountainous terrain, which is actually a good position in my opinion, because if it shifts up north, they have a way up. And if it shifts down south off of this high mountaintop, well, they're already pretty much down there and they can make their next rotations. Taking a look at the mini-map, huge area of the circle, just not playable because it is all open ground terrain. Everything else, just pockets of hard cover, some buildings sprawled out here and there, and that's pretty much it. As 1,000,000 get fully eliminated off on your screen there.
Oh, but only so much more gonna have to go. Is the circle does shift directly here on top of Rico Infinity Esports RTG. All of these teams on that northeastern side. Now the control, it really is Sute. They gotta be able to find that split. I want Prestige further up that mountainside. Join up the rest of Rico Infinity. Make it a 2-2 because they're gonna need the members equally on either side.
I was saying how this first Miramar zone shouldn't be too crazy, just because it looked like such a nice first circle. And somehow we have ended up on exactly where Rico Infinity is, and not a lot of teams can make it up there. We're going to see a lot of teams just fight for that low ground position. Stalwart Esports UAE being one of the teams that's going to have to work into that low ground position. But as far as the high ground goes, I think it belongs pretty cleanly over to the side of Rico Infinity.
They still got to hold it, though. They've got to be able to survive. I think the hard work will be done for them in amongst the flats. KURD12 dropping down. You can see the bar there that it is Stalwarts, and they will control it. They wipe out the next squad. There is, it will be KURD12 saying adios. Zone fairly empty on that south side, and it is going to be, I think, when Stalwart decide to move. They're going to hold on to this position on the south side, and they're going to try to hope that we can keep an eye on here also Dunak moving further forward On the other end, though, Falcons as well, fighting their way versus Rad. Yusuf misses out on the nade. Dunak eliminated. There go the threat that we just talked about, but it's still high action, high threat here from Rad and also Falcons. Is Desha. Waits, gets in the vehicle, tries to leave. Yusuf knows, he hears it. He's trying to go outside, he's trying to find the angle, but a reroute is there and they're already away. So are so many of these teams, as they know, getting up to the top of this mountain. That's where it is. And a miss like that, you cannot miss those shots. And EC immediately punished for it.
Yeah, he got one earlier onto a Rico Infinity player, which is why there's one knocked up there. But Easy, just kind of wide in the open. That smoke's only going to last so long, and yep, he will get knocked there. That will be another player down from Star Wars. Zone is closing in. You see so many teams just mad scrambling to that low ground because there's no way teams can rotate up to the high ground at this point. The next circle will shift out soon. We're down to 8 teams, 21 left alive, and this is a playing field for the Rico Infinity team.
The phase is going to shift once more, and it centralizes slap bang on the solo of Prestige. But it's Bandar on the front line. He's still got all the kills to his name. Is Ralph will be falling. Now Hamodi there to revive, but I don't think there's a way out here for Nigma Galaxy. They're only going to roam in on Rad as well. In the zone, you can see that actually, yes, it is Rico who control that circle, but there are a lot of these teams who are moving their way further forward here, Zuti. They are surviving, getting into some of these crevices that are there for the taking.
Yeah, there are some crevices left, but those crevices are on the other side of that giant sprawling mountaintop. So they need to go around and circumvent this, somehow make it up there. By the way, Rico Infinity already at 11 eliminations, and there's still so many players left alive that they could take advantage of. But they got to be careful on their northeast side. I talked about KONQUEROR, how they put themselves in a great position to either work downhill or high ground. And it looks like they're moving up, and they're trying to push up to that northeast.
Oh, that tickled the backside there of 963, but he survives. Messi can see another day. Fortunately, not the case though for Nigma. As they'll be also leaving us alongside 963 Egypt, and Hamodi is still there. He is a solo player. I do have to stop myself there because Nigma, they keep himself alive somewhat. Not can be said the same vote for KONQUEROR, as they will lose another. YaLLa continuing to push on all fronts. Sanji on the solo 1v1 against Stalwart, but it's all the 3 on the other side pushing up against KONQUEROR. Another need finds Rever, and there goes down to the solo as YaLLa continuing their push further forward. They are so desperate for these points as well, as they will look. Find Calica in between that crevice. They finds one only, silences him down as well, and Powerful cannot even return back. The smoke too much, completely bamboozled as Calica jumps down. Can't find the other though. Powerful shuts him down.
What is this split out of Rico Infinity? They're doing like a 1-1-1-1 split. This is crazy in a late game, especially like Miramar, but they have their angles covered. They know the map so well. They're able to get away with this one. Rico Infinity at 14 already, and they literally control the entirety of the map. They even have a player out in the blue zone for some reason. I don't know what happened to that guy. Maybe he slipped off, but he's trying to make his way back in a vehicle right now. We're down to 3 teams. Rico Infinity with 4, YaLLa with 2, RTG also with 2. Our RTG has been just snaking it alive up here, sharing this mountaintop with Rico Infinity for the past 4 circles.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what the saying was at the start of this game. Well, RTG, they kept themselves alive. Down to the final 3 here, Zute. Might not be much longer, though. It is now Vito silenced down by Prestige. Finds the knock. YaLLa maybe confirm the kill, though, if Powerful can just find themselves. No, they won't. Over the mountainside, because it's still given away to Prestige. And it's that high-angle threat from Ida, who also threatens here YaLLa, restricting that movement so heavily, enforcing them outside of his zone, just outside as the blue zone phase 7 is closing in. The pressure only beginning to mount.
This high ground position from Ida will be the nail in the coffin for YaLLa. There's literally nothing they could do. You see right there, just you can't even look up that far. And Powerful's down to being the last player. But RTG, is that last player of RTG in the blue? He is doing the heal off. So YaLLa, the best they can hope for at this point is to secure second place. There's one more first aid coming out of KSJ9. Can Powerful just survive a little bit longer?
But they're hunting him down. They can see that he's behind the edge of that rock side. Banner knows they're there. But RTG, they fallen third. YaLLa have confirmed second place, but this is as far as the line goes, I'm afraid, Powerful, because all of Rico are over you. And they steal the game away with, I believe, they're at least 17 kills. Ridiculous out of our top place team here in the PMPL.
And I know, as ridiculous as that sounds, and I may sound like a broken record, but something more ridiculous is the fact that they're $4,000. They have $4,000 now in their pockets. And between those 4 players, one weekend, and just one weekend, each of the players have made $1,000 for themselves. And that's not even including the points racking up for them to make it into the finals, where there's even more prize money to be had. I'm sorry, man, when you're bringing in 4K for your team in the first super weekend alone, I gotta give some major recognition and props to that team. Rico Infinity looking so dominant, so strong.
And it's crazy to me to see Rico in this position as well. As a person who's casted Zute all of the PMPL Arabia from last year too, Rico were a team that, by the way, barely made finals at this time when the spring split last year. They barely survived in the 16th place. And now to see them as the best team that we've got, the resurgence that they've been able to rise through with, and then be able to also, as you say, get a multiple chicken dinners already only on our first super weekend with still 3 games to go. It speaks of a totally different team, and a team that has learned as they've gone through from last year, now looking into this year already at the beginning of it.
Yeah, it's just that improvement, right? They've been putting time in the lab, just studying teams, studying like how to play better, working on that team synergy, and it's really shown through. But YaLLa Esports, given credit as well. We just spoke about this team, one of the teams that kind of taking a look at to do a little bit better, and they definitely did, coming in with 20 points. Stalwart UAE bouncing back from that first game, and Nigma Galaxy, hey, I never said that they would get the chicken coming into game number 2, but I always said they're a team that if they had a good game on the very first game of today, they could keep that momentum, they could keep that veteran experience they have for the rest of the day, and in game number 2, 14 points, that's pretty good for them as well.
Yeah, big result there from RTG Esports, also securing that 3rd position. Finished, grabbing themselves 10 points in 6th position. But if we head further down, fortunately, a lot of these points were stolen away because, well, they all went over to Rico Infinity Esports. And a lot of those on the other side of the leaderboard, still some work to do for that next game. And I think we've got to mention it one more time there, if we're going to sound like broken records here, Zute. Revolution, 12th position, 1 point. It sucks. But the cast a curse, I mean, what can we do about it? We just have to curse at least one team once a day, you know?
Yeah. No, it only lasts one game, all right? There's 3 games left. Let's just not mention them anymore. But yeah, those are the results from the Miramar game. And you can tell the bottom half of the match rankings, a lot of teams were just completely starved out of points. They didn't even have a chance to fight their way in just because of how difficult that map is. And given this fact that the circle just kept shifting to the high ground with those hardships, a lot of teams just went absolute kaput at a certain point. And even with 4 members on a team, not able to secure more than 2 or 3 points. So that is the difficulty of Miramar. And of course, Rico Infinity. They soaked a lot of those points up, getting so many eliminations for themselves.
Look, for Rico, they have so solidified their position. And I would almost argue at this point here, Zute, Rico, they're looking at already qualifying through to the finals with a series of points like this. To be fair, if this is a trend that they're going towards, no doubt we could see Rico Infinity Esports, Zute, in those top 16 later in the tournament.
But even if they don't do well, the thing is, yeah, you're right. They've secured enough points to maybe have already qualified, but they're not only looking at the points, right? They want to get into every super weekend because they're getting a taste of that money. It's that $1,000 for me that's a game changer when it comes to these super weekend matches.
And we of course check out the best offer moments of that game too. You could call it, quite frankly, a Rico Infinity Esports highlight reel, because that's what it was.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of Rico Infinity. This is going to be a Rico Infinity highlight reel. You see here early on, they were taking all of the fights on that northern side, and it heavily rewarded them with those shifts when they ended up controlling everything. Nigma Galaxy here just focused on the rotations, picked up a decent amount of elimination points as well. And as for many of these other teams, they just had to get whatever they could in the form of elims, because those circle shifts did not favor them at all, and not much they could do when it came to rotating up towards that high ground, towards the end game.
Still, there were a couple of these points here and there that were picked up by some of these players, as YaLLa finding, of course, a few there here, also securing their second place finish, as we said as well. RTG were able just to secure themselves, find some sort of hidey hole in amongst this mountaintop to be able to secure that third position. That's all these teams could have hoped for. Because as you see, like KONQUEROR can do, there's nothing you really can muster when you step outside. You get popped down by Rico Infinity once more.
I also love the fact that Rico Infinity towards this late game played so split, because they were so comfortable in each other's skills. They weren't worried if one teammate was 50 meters away. They trusted each other to hold each individual's position, and it worked out quite beautifully. They maximized the amount of eliminations they could get. Sure, they had the high ground. They could have focused on just one side of the map, but they focused on 360 all around to maximize their elim efficiency, and it really showed through at the end of the game.
And it's based on confidence as well, that Rico are just oozing out with 171 points. So they've got a 60-plus point lead almost here over second place.
Yeah, 60-plus point lead this early on into the super weekend. That's insane. I mean, take a look at second, third, fourth, and fifth. They're literally just quite single-digit points within each other from second to third. That's a 7-point difference. And third, fourth, and fifth, they're literally 1 point off from one another. So Rico Infinity definitely being the outlier in this first top 8.
As we do look through, though, because Rico stole all those points away, you got to give the points less to some of these other teams. And that unfair distribution heads to that second page. YaLLa do secure themselves down in 9th position. A brilliant step up, by the way, from YaLLa from 15th, now into 9th, just between these 2 games alone that they managed. Nigma also stepping their way upwards to 11th with 76. Dunak even finding themselves in 14th, but you got to replace them with some of these other teams at the bottom, and unfortunately, it does fall elsewhere.
Falcons now in that last place position, but we still got 3 games left to go, and we saw Nigma Galaxy, a team that was pretty much tied with last place coming into today, and just after 2 decent matches, they're back up, not at the top, but they're climbing their way back up to the top, which is good to see. So I think any team can, make that comeback at this point. 3 games left. We've played 2. So that's still a lot of space for these teams to work with.
Still, there's still 3 more games to go for these teams. Everything can change as we're going to get back to Erangel shortly after another break. 2 games down, 3 more to go. A final Super Weekend day. Myself, Pylon Wolf, and Zute bringing you all the action. As always, of course, with our beautiful sponsor, the Oppo Reno 6 series, with upgraded performance and upgraded funds. Your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series for designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. But I'll tell you something which was dominant from Rico Infinity Esports in the second game. Zute, if they missed it at home, they missed a thrashing.
Oh, yeah. You were talking about the Oppo Reno 6 series, right? The optimal phone. Well, Rico Infinity, they showed an optimal performance given that zone. They took full advantage of it. And it's not like this was just the one game that they popped off. We see them being the leading team in all the matches so far for the Super Weekend, gaining an insane, like a huge lead. You called it out, like around 60-point lead already.
Yeah.
So when it comes to taking advantage of things, Rico Infinity definitely know their way around. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a huge point lead. And there's 3 matches left. I kind of joked about it at the beginning of the show. Can they end up this Super Weekend walking away with up to $6,000 in their pocket? Well, it started off as a little bit of a joke because I didn't think, they were that good. But they're already 4,000 in. And with 3 games left to go, it is looking quite doable for them.
It's crazy the amount of points that they've been able to gather in just 12 games here. This is what you got to remember. So they're racking up close to 200 points in 12 games alone. And they're looking like they could even boost that further by the end of today. But a plane path here towards the east. Last time we saw this, it was congestion stations here between all of these teams. Gotta see if that will be the case this time around. And if some of these teams, like KURD12, like some of the teams of Rico Infinity, will instead move elsewhere, try to head towards more of that western side straight away, like we did last time.
This eastern plane path might not be a good plane path, but that just might mean we might see a nice circle. But to be honest with you, the circles today have been pretty fair. Bar that Miramar one.
Zute, don't say it. Stop right there. Stop right there. Don't. Okay. Don't say that the circles are nice, because then we get the hard circles. Okay. We need to be nice to them for one day.
maybe that's what I'm trying to go for, Island.
Ooh.
Maybe I'm trying to go for it.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Circles. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, this one, there's a chance. There's a chance it could get really tricky. I'm sure you know what I'm thinking of. But for the teams, though, they got to deal with the plane path first, and I think Twisted Minds might get into a little bit of a scuffle with the Conqueror Iraq team. So they're both doing somewhat of a split drop in the same area. But I do think Conqueror Iraq is just going for the vehicles, and they're just trying to rotate away. But Twisted Minds being a very aggressive team, they might just try and cut off some of these players just from the get-go.
Yeah, the bridges as well going to be a big factor, as you said, rightly so. So I'm going to hold my point here, because surprise, here's a nasty surprise here. And unfortunately, YaLLa, they don't have the Gunzo to finish him off. They won't beat each other up. Instead, they will drive away with his Jeep vote. And 2 of them going to be very happy with that. KURD12, though, they will land into the enter of the building. And Sanji's already picked up the weapon. Can he find it? He's got to use it. Oh, it's a disaster for KURD12 and his cleanup crew. Too easy for Sanji at the start of his game. They didn't even land into the open. But return, he's got a Uzi of his own. Psych! Unknowing strings back a kill. Only though to the fall to the pump action shotgun at the entrance.
The pistol coming into play also out of powerful. Okay, so we were talking about a nice plane, or not a nice plane path. That was a pretty terrible plane path all the way on the eastern side, and it did cause KURD12 to lose 3 of their members, and potentially 1 more, because you saw at the start of the match, surprise, getting caught with 2 other enemy players. So there's a chance, a small one, that YaLLa might try and hunt down this last player. But I think YaLLa, by the looks of it, is just going to continue their regular game. They're going to go to their city to loot up. After all, 3 points, 3 easy points at the beginning of that. I think they're pretty content and happy with it, especially since last game, they had a 2nd place finish too.
Look, if you get 3 points straight at the start, I think you call it quits. That's great enough for me. And then afterwards, you get the position down. You've already got the kill points. Now, let's look towards the placement points of this circle. Because we said about the bridges, and to establish the point that we were both looking at here at the beginning, Sanhok Island is in play to an extent. And because you... some of these players here, who figuring out that actually the bridges are where it's going to be at, trying to keep other teams from making that heads-up rotation.
I love seeing the adjustment out of Revolution already. By the way, we saw in game 1 of Erangel here, perfect timing right on your screen. We saw game 1 of Erangel, they got bridge camped, and that really slowed down the rest of their game, and they cannot do much with it. But they're doing a 2-2 split. There's still 2 players of Revolution in the Sanhok military base island side, but they have 2 players already rotate across super early on. So, Smoker driving into a tree, but that's not the point. They're doing a split, and they're making sure they have that bridge access ready for them this time around, and they're not going to get camped out.
Circle. Now, of course, first phase, everyone's established themselves in the position that they would like. But KURDSQUAD, they have found themselves caught out here. Revolution all so often do head towards this very PS side. Alahi taking there a preemptive molly. I'm not sure if he really needed to go for that one, though. Groza keeps an eye out on him, though. Has the peak, but misses the shots. And now his position busted. And KAMIKAZE, he's all the way out and there's nowhere to be seen. Misses out the second time, man! You cannot make these mistakes against Revolution and get punished for it.
Yeah, not only mistakes against Revolution, you see that the KONQUEROR team is down to 2 players. They lost one earlier on, like I predicted, to the Twisted Minds. So Twisted Minds getting a little bit of a lick in onto KONQUEROR Iraq, and now the side of Revolution also doing a little bit of a hurt, a little bit of damage. And KONQUEROR Iraq, they had an okay game last game, but this is not the way they wanted to start off match number 3, coming back into Erangel.
Game 3 here is gonna be now Revolution holding at bridge side. And Revolution, I should actually say that as much as they rotated towards the military base, they instantly rotated back into that mainland Erangel side. The fast rotation there to punish KONQUEROR and just completely out-rotate them into the side of the ferry pier, it is a feels bad, man, but actually something that I think KONQUEROR should have been wary of, considering with Revolution, every single game, they always make this rotation anyways, and they should have been more wary of the fact that they could have been gatekept, and as a result did get punished for it. Heading back, of course, to the replay here is back to the other KONQUEROR player. Speaking of, this is where it all went wrong. Kato just completely out-smacks him inside of the Jeep.
Oh, he shuts them down. Driving straight into his car. Oh, wow, okay. Straight into the building with the motorcycle. That was some nice maneuvering skill. Some drift action right there. Was that door open already by another Stalwart Esports player? Like, how was that door just open for them?
It was just for the cameras. It was just for the cameras. That's what it was.
Yeah.
The cameras there, though. KURD picking up one. Surprise. He's a solid player, but he still outplays 1v1 and grabs one of Rico.
Yeah, surprise says surprise. Someone here, Occupido, and Rico Infinity definitely not happy. This team, they're out for vengeance. They have such a huge point lead that I feel like they took that one personally. Like, how dare you just snake one of our players out like that and try and dip? But yeah, okay.
He's going.
I was once again a little bit joking about taking it personally, and they're gonna hunt them down. But quite literally, they're driving all the way over to hunt down this play. Oh my gosh, that is.
You talk about
don't mess around with them.
Talk about a player here. Either got a bounty on his head and completely with a help of Bandar shuts him down. That was a good 400-500 meter chase there, Zute.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was on the edge of the map, right? So Rico Infinity was maybe planning to rotate around here to get some more information, and it being on the edge of the map, they know there's a lower chance of getting third partied. But still, you could tell they were not happy when that player went down. He was probably yelling at his teammates like, avenge me right now, avenge me. There's some solo player out here that just snaked me out. I'm not happy with it. And the rest of the Rico Infinity team follow up. But that's what you love to see, that camaraderie on the team, that teamwork, the almost like brother in arms mentality. That's a mentality you kind of have to have if you want to be a top tier team. It is a team game after all.
Not if you're a surpriser. That was not what you were looking for, Zuti, okay? We were looking for the assassination. We were looking to get away. Unfortunately, you picked the wrong team to assassinate, though. Being the top, as we said, of Rico Infinity team. 1,000,000 Esports making their rotation through on the south side. Up on towards this mountainside. Already taken, though, by Twisted Minds, who actually just give it up. They're not even interested in the fight. They just immediately rotate away with the two that they've got to go back to a further position. But KONQUEROR are also here, and the fact that KONQUEROR are there only makes it worse, because that's only the two players that they've got.
Yeah, look at the southeastern side of the zone. So many teams playing split up right now. Twisted doing an interesting 2-2, to say the least. Might be punished for it as Stalwart Esports UAE throwing some grenades. They're looking to pick up some points here, maybe make an opening and then go for the push. So the other two Twisted Mind players should be arriving soon to support their teammates. Oh, you see it on that mini map. The other two are coming here, but looks like Twisted Minds is just more so looking to disengage and provide some cover if necessary. So well done.
Yeah, I think
that disengagement out of Twisted.
They're looking for that next building. They're looking for the compound. They realize they can't get anything but what they were already taken. So they will instead look elsewhere. In fact, they just find, with the help here of 1,000,000, a free kill for 1,000,000 on their two KONQUEROR. KONQUEROR not even willing to move down to the solo player as Twisted Minds, Vigors, doubt, of course, 1,000,000 are here and wants a bit of that action himself. The nade won't find it though, and Gaga driving in, misses the execution.
Oh.
Now he's on the wrong side of the fight, has to drive away. And off he goes, almost off the edge of the cliff here as Twisted Minds separate completely 1,000,000 from the fight.
Interesting play by 1,000,000. But Twisted Mind knows he's on their flank and they need to take care of him quick. So Rolkus immediately going aggressive, just challenging him hard. Straight up. He's got to win this 1v1, and I think, turning your back was not the play. I feel like this 1,000,000 player should have stayed and fought, and he kind of just gave his life up for free to Rolkus. But even if Rolkus went down there, you see Kaido coming in from the Twisted Minds. This is, I've said time and time again, Twisted Mind is one of the most aggressive teams here, probably the most aggressive, and you can see that aggression. They left that fight earlier against Stalwart, not because they were scared, because they were looking for a better fight to take, and they found one here, and they pick up one quick, easy point. They're at 2 eliminations already.
I actually like as well they hit Dami though further back, so they're not completely giving their further position in the zone, especially considering the next phase is about to shift. So taking it on a 3v1, knowing that you've already eliminated 1-2 players out of these enemy teams around you, you don't have to bring all 4 players, and as a result they keep the position and as well as the kills. And it's a smart team fighting from Twisted Minds is what we want to see, particularly because that zone has gone away from Twisted Minds. It's gone over again to the side of Gatka. Is fortunately KONQUEROR, they find a hard end of that stake of Twisted Minds as they put a bow to his face and blow him up.
That's another team out and eliminated. 1,000,000. Gaga tried to make a hero play by getting that flank in, but the rest of the 1,000,000 team didn't really follow up to support, so he kind of was left on his own and was immediately punished by the Twisted Minds. But we are going into the western side with that western circle shift. We got, once again, a huge playing field of just wide open terrain, maybe a couple shacks here and there, but not many compounds left in this zone.
963 Egypt on the run. Zute, because RTG is a blue team, but it's a rogue. It's a solo. It's not actually 963. It is the enemy. Saren not going to search for the hunt, though. is 963 far too far away, is they will get themselves in onto Potato Hill, but a long route into that zone. Heading into Pachinki, you've got to imagine, try to look for that church side, but that may just also be taken up by NASR already inside of that zone. The church, Pachinki, fairly strong to look over into the zone, but definitely, as we hinted to that first game as well, Zute, the hills to that more western side, of course, going to be where teams look for.
I do think the Revolution team, by the way, got into a fight with Stalwart UAE. It wasn't caught on camera, but I was paying attention to that feed, and I do think they came out on top. So that's really good for Revolution. You see on the right-hand side of your screen, they did lose 2 players, but they pick up 4 points. So not the best of trades, but points are points after all, and they do have a more central position now that they fought over for at the compounds. Dunak here, looking to break into their side of the circle as they're currently not in zone, doing some scout work, looking for an opening, but not finding it, so they might just rotate around and go somewhere else now.
Rad, looking for the fight of their own. Holding to the position, though, that's what they're really looking at here versus Dunak, and Dunak flushed away. We'll have to now find somewhere else inside of his zone as they rotate further up towards the north, in towards Pachinki. But Rad too, outside of the zone, keep in mind, they still had to rotate another 150 meters as already we're heading from one shift into the next, and a lot of these teams, they're not actually established yet from the previous phase.
No, you see Dunak on that northeastern side, right? They tried to break in on that close eastern, didn't get their opening. Now they're forced to rotate all the way around, and they're just about to run into another team as RTG here trying to camp out the side of 1million, keep them from going into the circle. And the circle has shifted once again, and 1million still not even in the zone from the previous circle. This blue zone is going to start ramping up in damage the longer this game continues. And that circle shift, we got a large, sprawling mountainside, or not a mountainside, I would say a hillside that's left on the map. Whatever team manages to control that one's going to put themselves in a really good spot for the rest of the game.
Yeah, just above where we had the first match play out, as here Rad, they found their location, but it's occupied and they have to search for the kills. But Rad have already lost 2, back onto 1 for Revolution, but it's a 1v1 at Halley, too low though. And Satan cleans it up, but a lot of revive work to do in the fighting. It's not just done yet, because look who is coming in from the distance. It's Nigma Galaxy. Satan, yes, gets shot up, but has to find a revive. On the other front, though, it's KAMIKAZE up against NASR. KAMIKAZE heading further in onto the building. Flush out NASR. Easy peasy lemon squeezy as they just squeeze the life for 4 kills.
KAMIKAZE playing that super well. Nigma Galaxy, they're going for that third party. I love the proactiveness out of this. This is not a Nigma Galaxy we're used to seeing. They're usually a team that plays very safe, very passive, and they're up to 6 eliminations already. Something's definitely different today compared to the first 2 days, and I love what they're doing. Dunak making that hard rotation in. KAMIKAZE once again has to defend their compound. This compound's so well sought after in a zone like this, and their defense is looking good for now. Oh, just as I say that's falling apart, but the flank by Azes into the backside of Dunak. It's just down to that 1 player, 7 Reap. Last one up for Dunak if he gets eliminated. Oh wait, there's 2 left. Oh, this is not looking good for KAMIKAZE. KAMIKAZE down to 1. Nigma Galaxy with another third party coming in on the flank side.
It is only gonna continue here. KAMIKAZE down, but it's a 5-man party here when it comes to all of these 5 squads. Enigma, they will settle on the other end, but Dunak, they are here to stay. They hold the line, but they have lost 2 of their players for it again. We are down to a situation with Dunak, YaLLa, Nigma alive with the kills. But can they keep themselves in this game to progress further up on this leaderboard? Because we still have the top end of the spectrum when it comes to Rico. Of course, always alive with Twisted Minds.
YaLLa, by the way, on that northwestern side with 4. Twisted Minds on the just hard western mountain or a hillside also with 4. So 3 different teams with 4 players up all in very strong positions. It just kind of depends on where the circle goes, but of course Nigma Galaxy more centered up. But look at Twisted Minds split right now. They realize their side of the circle is pretty clear, and immediately they venture out to look for more sightlines and establish more control as we wait for the next circle to shift on out.
Rico Infinity Esports, so not gifted this zone, and as a result, feel that pressure. Another knock against him. SK Tan, I believe, almost went down there. Was revived. In fact, it might have been either. Looks like he was the one who got knocked. Only 75% HP there is RTG, eSport KURDSQUAD, also to make their way from the same side in onto a westerly shift for Phase 5. 30 seconds to make their mind up, but the fight, it might just stall that out if Rico decide to go south.
Rico Infinity with control of the high ground, but they don't have control of the zone. They're going to need to work their way in. Nigma Galaxy getting an opening on Dunak. Are they going to push this, though? Do they have the info? It's just one player left. They might have an inkling, because if there were 4 players of Dunak all in one compound, there'd be much more shots ringing back, but there isn't, and Lord gets that Kobe in. And that's a clean finish for Nigma Galaxy. 8 elimination points already, and with that side of the circle cleared out for them, they can focus fully on their flanks.
But they did use a lot of utility, though. Keep in mind, all of those nades to finish off Dunak, and they are still inside of the zone in a comfortable location with teams that could push on in onto them. Falcon, though, is their shed that Rico searched for. As they go inside, the smoke there to make it harder to see through the windows and find the exact nade location. But Bandar will search anyways. Goes back in onto the Jeep. Looking more like a big camper van here with all the frills and the spills. As you look for the blood to spill here from Falcons. Damar behind the hay bale. Chucks out the nade. What should I say? Molly here. It looks to burn him up, but mollied himself. Now down last. Eliminated through. But it's Damar with the strike back from the knock. Cannot make the revive because it's RTG to take the rest of Rico out and still Falcons in the firing line. Need to be careful. Down to 1 player. Last. Lost alive there to SK Tan. Picks up an extra kill even from the grave. As YaLLa finding the one Miracle Shack, but it's outside the zone as well, and 1 million, they know it. But he's being the nuisance that he is. Sanji, he finds the one that he needs. Can he 1v2? Can he eliminate 1 million on his own? He finds a confirmed kill. And 1 million decisively wiped down to a solo. And another nade over the top. Right on target. That looks like it could land, and it does! 1v2'd by the YaLLa player.
YaLLa looking so good right now. That was a 1-3 split, by the way. They dedicated Sanji to hold that side all by himself. I don't necessarily fully agree with that because it could have easily gone wrong, but when done correctly, it looks quite like a beautiful setup. We're down to 5 teams. We got 3 teams with 4 players still up, and it's the 3 heavy hitters, dude. Nigma Galaxy, YaLLa, and Twisted. This is going to be a nice game-ending finish. Of course, Nigma Galaxy with a little bit of advantage here, as they do have some of the compounds still in play in the next circle shift, whereas Twisted and YaLLa, there's not any hard cover for them to really play with coming into this circle number 7.
Sanji will wipe out Falcons. Down, as we say, to the 3 squads. The trio. But the zone away from all of them. Barely the building zone for Nigma inside this Phase 6. That's a crucial part here for them. They don't have to move. They've still got a location there for them, but they will try to dedicate more control into this zone. They'll actually send Ralph all the way up to find the confirmed from that knock. And they can't find it just yet, though. Back, turn around. Look for the run over, potentially onto the 2. Scouting out more. The nade will miss. Is a stop on the vehicle to avoid it. But Ralph, he's done the scouting. He knows that the location is there, but it's Lord who's sniped out by YaLLa, who also join in onto the fight. And Lord wiped from the edge of that map by YaLLa to 3. Now Nigma realizing we had to go back into the building. Phase 6 not so easy to be able to take in control of.
Nigma Galaxy trying to fight off a little more they can chew. I respect the proactiveness, though. Trying to do more. And YaLLa takes one knockdown on their side as well. And Ralph, that smoke is not hard cover. It could block the line of sight, but that does not prevent Twisted Minds from spamming that tree side to shoot at whatever little body part is sticking out. And there you see another 17 damage coming through. Ralph definitely not caught in a good spot. He's got to use some more smokes to stay alive here. As Twisted gets knocked by Freak. Beautiful shots from Freak up on this rooftop.
Finds the one. Can he find a confirm? He's got them down almost so low. Behind the Jeep. Blows it up. There goes a confirm through. The vehicle also now out of play. But where will phase 7 go? Was that required piece of mobility? Will it centralize into the flats? All the teams waiting. Not willing to move. Phase 7.
Mini.
Finds it. As you say, the Mini grabs it. The one just before the phase shift. Back up to YaLLa, though. That's the silver lining for them. But it's another knock through for Ralph. 2 for 1. It's the help of Powerful, though. Also going down to Twisted Minds and YaLLa. The zone may be with them, but they're falling apart. Ragnar barely alive, and as you said, the smoke again, no hard cover. Enigma, they find a final one.
Ooh, YaLLa goes on third, but that's another decent finish for them. We're down to the last two teams, a 3v3. Of course, Nigma Galaxy do have the rooftop, and Ralph just surviving so long at that tree side. He's picked up at least 3 with the Mini from there. And not only that, he's the one making the openings for his team to get closer. Ralph coming in clutch right now in this position. Zone is closing, though, so Nigma Galaxy do need to move in as a YaLLa team already fully in the zone.
14 kills for Nigma Galaxy. A much-needed game. Here is a at least secure second, but they're searching for the extra. Vigors is down. They almost found a knock onto Kaito. Twisted Minds would have fallen apart with the knock, but because Kaito lives, there's the off-angle threat. They can't go round one direction and snipe out Rolkiz with the numbers advantage. But Twisted Minds, they will lose the extra anyway. Vigors wiped. Twisted Minds falling back to the edge of the zone. It's Nigma Galaxy crawl in equally. One player knocked, won't go for the revive. Unless it's a miracle crawl through to Freak, but even Freak does not want to put his head up.
That would be a crucial mistake. 2v2. If anything, Ralph should crawl into the enemy to maybe gain or give some info. But that hill's sloping just enough, and there is a hay barrel, so maybe they might be able to go for that revive. And they... Oh, not with Hamodi going down, though. Hamodi was going to put up some distraction, maybe, but with Hamodi going down, I think they're going to commit to that revive. They want to bring it back to at least a 2v2, a 1v2 in a snake-off situation. It's never a good one, so they get that revive. Instantly, Rolkiz has a feeling they're next to that hay bale, but he was a second too late. We're back to a 2v2 scenario. That grenade, though.
Oh, gets a healing off. He gets a healing off, though. That keeps him alive. The nade doesn't execute him out. Ralph, again, needs to move out of the way, though. The damage tick was there, and so does Kaito. Out of the way of Freak Zone. And the nades continue to rain, but from which angle are they coming from now? Is this all down to the sound cues? Rolkiz is barely alive. Heals back up instantly. But it's Rolkiz, again knocked, and will fall down into the 1v2. They find it and bait them out. Massive amount of kills here picked up through for Nigma Galaxy. I believe a total of 17 overall.
This is the Nigma Galaxy that we were expecting to see for the past 2 days. This is looking like the third place PMGC team, but not just any third place PMGC team, right? They got their third place at PMGC mostly through the means of placement points. And at the beginning of the show, Highland, I said to you, they're not doing too good. And I would only cut them some slack if it's because they started to play more aggressive and to work on that aggressive play style, because that's what they lacked in PMGC. And here today, we see that aggressiveness. They hit some sort of switch. They've figured out what they wanted to do, and they are just absolutely tearing it up today. 17 elimination points, like you said, a total of 32 points, and the chicken. I would say, yeah, they're happy with the 1,000, but let's be honest, they walked away in 3rd place with PMGC with way more. But hey, it's a nice little bit of pocket change for them.
Yeah, I think they're more happy with the points because they needed those,
Yes.
Duty. That's what they were lacking when it comes to the overall prize of placements and getting into the finals for that extra money. And that's going to help them plenty. Is YaLLa also again another much needed result? You could also argue the same, though, from Falcons, at least securing those 10 points. They were in dead last coming into this game. And to get those 10 points, it's not much, but at least it's something if they can keep that up going through the rest of these games.
YaLLa and Twisted, by the way, so consistent now coming into today. And Dunak, once again, at least in the top 8. I like seeing that. RTG, too, with 8 points. I think everyone on this front page did pretty well. 8th place being 6 points, and they got it through elim points. So this is where the elim points really start stacking up. And the teams that didn't get into the late game through the placement points, well, they took their fights and they won their fights and they picked up the points that way. Of course, on the very bottom side of things, CONQUEROR Iraq just running into
Still going to be 1 million. Note jumping in through, as we said, to take through to that second half of the page. 1 million stepping up with 5 points, but it's, of course, the unfortunate event here. See, but you got to see it at the end of the day. 963 back down. Revolution also down to 4 points, missing out on the overall results here. But to look over at those results, there's still 2 more games to go, and it's down to that consistency. Can Nigma still bring that up, though, Zute, through into the next matches? Because guess what? It's Sanhok next, and that's going to be the hardest to keep consistency through.
Oh, well, I think Nigma Galaxy have a really good plan for Sanhok. We saw it in PMGC. They're going to go for that heal strat. But seeing how well they're playing now, playing aggressive, maybe they want to change it up on Sanhok too. You know, practice playing a bit more aggressive into the Sanhok map. We'll see very soon. But sorry, my mic just flustered out. I don't know what happened there. So apologies for that one. But yeah, Nigma Galaxy looking really strong. Not just Nigma, YaLLa as well. So I'm really happy to see some of these veteran teams finally starting to pick up the place as we're, ending the very last day of the very first Super Weekend.
Makes it all so exciting, though, with the leaderboard as well, Zute. Measuring it up slightly equally. Okay, fair enough. Rico Infinity are way above the rest when it comes to the overall results. But if we look towards the rest of the leaderboard, at least it's looking somewhat similar now.
Yeah, the points are getting a bit more crunched in the middle, which I want to say is not good for the 4 teams that didn't make it into the Super Weekend. You want to see some of the teams near the bottom just continuously struggle, so that makes your point entry in a lot easier coming into Super Weekend 2. But some of the teams that were near the bottom coming into today are all having some pretty good show-out games. So that just increases the point threshold for the 4 teams that didn't make it into this Super Weekend. And looking at the Opal moments, well, Twisted Minds, as always, starting off the match strong. And YaLLa is, too, getting 3 free, well, pretty much free elim points to start off the game. And, oh yeah, you do not want to mess with Rico Infinity. We saw what happened there.
I mean, they hunted one. They hunted one of KURD 12 down, and they hunted him hard. I mean, surprise, I don't think you've ever seen a chase that long. I've not seen one anyways for a long while to go that far. But Ahahi, I think, was valiant effort, but this speaks to the whole story of the game where it was just these third, the 4 parties that constantly towards the end of these circles, we saw it in game 1, similarly here as well, were the undoing of so many teams.
And Nigma Galaxy, notice each time you see them on these Opal moments, they were third-partying their way into the rest of the zone. That is how they managed to pick up so many elim points. That's also how they managed to put themselves in such a good position towards the late game, because they would follow where the action went, and the action is naturally usually breaking out in areas of the map that are really strong. Multiple teams want to fight for it. Nigma Galaxy just positioned themselves in a way to take advantage of each of those, and honestly, them not confirming that point right there, Twisted not confirming Ralph that crawled all the way in, that was the coffin in the nail for them, because Ralph hit that opening nade in that 2v2. Ralph, I would say, was the MVP of that match for Nigma Galaxy. He put in so much work from that off-angle tree side, and then managed to crawl in to get revived, to open up the grenade later on in the 2v2. Absolutely beautifully done by Ralph.
And they need these points, as we said, because they were on the bottom, but no more. They're rising to the top. Let's see if they can continue that through on Sanhok after a short commercial break. Welcome everyone back, because it's green and it's Sanhok time, baby, because this is the best time for the final day here at the Super Weekend, the first one of day 3 here in PMPL Arabia. Gotta say it though, Zute, it's been a wild one here with some of the underdogs stepping up from the underside of that leaderboard. Nigma taking a 17 kill chicken dinner in our last game of Erangel.
It's funny that we refer to Nigma Galaxy as an underdog team. They were definitely the ones that were supposed to be in the top 3 or top 5 at the least, the entirety of the Super Weekend. But you're right. We came in today with them in 15th place, tied with 16th place in points. And then just in 3 matches alone, they have absolutely shot up the rankings. And that's what I'm talking about with veteran teams. You know, if they don't start off strong, it might literally just be them trying to figure some stuff out, how they want to play. And once they figure it out, you know, the light switch, it gets turned on and it's a green go. And as far as Nigma Galaxy is concerned, they got 3 back-to-back really good games and getting the chicken as well in the game that we just played.
But I'm still hesitant. You know, it's one day of games. Anyone still could pull off a great day. We've seen it before. I want to see them still keep it up. If they can do it on Sanhok, I feel like they can impress me. But I want to see if they can keep that consistency going through. Zute, I think the other team that we really have to be looking at, though, is being Twisted Minds. We mentioned it on the leaderboard, and they have been so good when it comes to maybe not winning, but still getting great results.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I think the consistency comes through the fact that they're able to just take those fights, get those elim points. They're a team that's not, you know, unfamiliar when it comes to taking uncomfortable positions or uncomfortable fights, because there's such a team that just fighting all the time. There is no more difficult situation in PUBG Mobile than having to fight a team on your way into the zone. And if that's pretty much what their style is based on, that consistency can really shine through map after map, different zones after different zones. And it's just like, you can see it in the overalls that the stat line themselves pretty representative of how the Twisted Minds teams play. The only thing is, I feel like they could maybe work on their rotations just a little bit, put themselves in more prime locations to close the game towards the late game.
Yeah, and it could particularly focus it on in that last game specifically. They had one on either end and they had one on the other, but as a result, they still were finding that nade against them, and unfortunately couldn't find that chicken dinner. But if you want to catch up on not only this one, but all the chicken dinners at home, you can check us out on our social media too. And of course, join in on the conversation using the hashtag PMPL across YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok as well. All of the socials down below. But to be fair, Zute, it only gets more exciting when it comes to catching up to, of course, Sanhok, to bring us back now into the present, where who are we looking at to bring us to fruition, to bring us into that chicken dinner here?
Since it is Sanhok, and I do believe the team that usually plays the more aggressive, dominant route, with good team synergy, of course, they usually do better on Sanhok. So we were talking about Nigma Galaxy having quite a big rise, but they're not a Sanhok aggressive team. They're usually a Sanhok, you know, med strat team. So as far as the chicken goes, you mentioned them. Twisted Minds. I would have to give this one to Twisted Minds. I feel like they have a good chance at getting the chicken for this Sanhok match.
I actually think we've seen some underperformers though, and I'm going to cast Curson straight away because I feel like they can't be worse. You know, they've got to step up now, and I think that we've not seen a lot from, we could argue, the teams that we wanted to. Revolution, KAMIKAZE, and chuck in also NASR. All 3 of these teams today have been underperforming, and we know that all 3 of these teams have been teams that could also have a brilliant performance if they can get the ball rolling. My worry though is, are they beginning to start to fall flat now that we're coming to the end of this Super Weekend?
Maybe they just ran out of gas, so to say. Or I guess if they haven't really been doing well, they never had the gas to begin with. And well, the first circle has shown up. Once again, an Eastern Circle on the very first day of the Super Weekend. It was the exact same Sanhok Circle, so these teams might be a little bit more familiar of how to play this one out, or at least improve from the first day's match of Sanhok. So we'll see how the teams adjust, but yeah, once again, Nigma Galaxy not changing up the drop spot, dropping in that southwestern side. And take note, look at how many buildings and how much loot there is on that southwestern side of the map. That just means there's a lot, and when I say a lot, I mean a whole lot of first aids to be able to be gathered. And looking at the overalls right there, from 15th up to 4th in 3 matches. That is...
To be fair, 3 matches to 4th place is quite frankly unprecedented. But now they could even boost themselves further. We saw how close and why they're able to get themselves to 4th, because the leaderboard is close, because it is so tight together here, Zute. And I think that now you're looking at a game, you said they should be able to keep that consistency with the healing, but can we see that healing side come through from them? Because it's actually been the aggressive side of Nigma Galaxy that has been the side doing the work, getting the points. And maybe, as you say, they start to change that strategy up. They try to be more aggressive in this map, even if they're not known for it. The other end, I think, of this zone, as you also mentioned, is it does lean itself slightly more to being passive earlier on. The aggressive phase 3, phase 4, you could also try to maybe look at those bridges, considering that it is always going to be the main island for this first phase onwards. Do we now see some of these teams who are later on the smaller islands get camped?
That could be a potential. But with the zone being so far to the east, I feel like most teams would elect to just kind of rotate in a little closer. But camping out for some early eliminations is definitely a viable strategy. We've seen it happen on this map before in previous PMPLs. But some teams would like to rotate early. One team rotating extremely early, of course, is that Stalwart team. Already on top of that hillside, heading further east, more central to the rest of the map.
Code 12 stepping themselves up, of course, looting. And Code 12, not a great game that they had yesterday in, quite frankly, what is a mimic of a first phase zone to yesterday's matches. And you can see why they aren't as much together around the boot camp area, because it didn't go so well. YaLLa completely wiped them out, and we ended up being quickly eliminated in 16th position. So again, the change in strategy being slightly better overall for them. Stalwart also making their rotation on the map, expecting, I assume, where we see Stalwart and a lot of these other teams go, as you saw right there in Quarry, because the Quarry side is where the central look of these teams is going to be.
Quarry is right center of the map, and the reason why Quarry is so big is because it's not mainly Quarry that kind of separates the left and right side of the map. It's that road side right next to Quarry where there's the high ground of the west and the high ground of the east. So teams really want to get that spot for themselves. So if the circle goes 50% to the east or 50% to the west, they'll have a nice entry point in. Whereas if you're not controlling that area, which is what you see on the screen right now, well, you're kind of at the whim of the circle. But 963 and RTG getting extremely close right here. I think Zuxi heard some steps, and immediately Zuxi runs back and pulls out a grenade. He knows he's a bit further up from the rest of his team, so he doesn't want to risk anything. But jumping up and down, catching a few bullets, Zuxi will stay up though, and he will back up.
Keeps himself alive though. Is RTG on the other side of the hill. Faces a raft of grenades, but all of them fall short. And no, sir, Zuxi will fall back. We've got a 3-1 split here. NASR, also keep in mind, are roaming up from the south side. NASR trying this exactly the same strategy before and getting pushed away by RTG last time. But look much more aggressive for a quicker rotation in. Could catch RTG by surprise. YaLLa also opting to change up strategy, heading up now away from even boot camp entirely, up towards Stalwart here to catch him out and matching a different pace completely as Stalwart still find YaLLa one down.
Ooh, it's a 1-for-1, but they could not get the confirmation for YaLLa, so YaLLa could very easily get this revive, because pushing on top of this hillside, so difficult, and Stalwart's kind of pressed to push if they want to take advantage of that knock, but they're going to think better of it. They're going to just let that one go. They lose one player. They try to take this hilltop position, which is a strong one, but they were not able to, so they're going to disengage and head back down to the low grounds.
Stalwart, they do disengage back down to Quarry where they began, and you can see the focus because this is the same, practically the same position here on phase 1 here, as we saw yesterday. All of the teams know in which the strategy lies is around that Quarry side, as we said, and I think the surprise being that all of these teams have created a much higher focus on this area of the map. And you said, well, the road and also the separation combined, I was surprised though still to see so many teams fighting, even YaLLa roaming particularly all the way from boot camp just to go for a location there.
Yeah, teams realize how important this position is. And not just that, as far as Stalwarts go, they came from Painan, YaLLa came from boot camp. They realize they have an entry point in where there's not going to be any teams in front of them up to this point. So they were very comfortable in making those fast rotations to that area. But of course, Stalwarts and YaLLa, both coming in from the western side, they had a little bit of a convergence and a little bit of fighting. But I think they're well aware of where all the other teams are. And so they're not worried to get so center early on, because they don't have to necessarily take too many fights to get there to remain in a safe position that's more centralized up on the first circle of Sanhok. But we're going into the second circle very soon, Highland.
Still, circle will shift. Where will it go? Because it's got a little bit of time for these teams to center up. There are still a lot of outskirting teams not around Quarry yet. We still got Revolution over in Hartin towards the north. Dunak also going to be there to join them. 1million doing better this time, not going to try to gatekeep that bridge, and will head further down to boot camp themselves as well. Also, when you look towards KAMIKAZE on that map as well, up towards the north end. So it's not all action in and around the Quarry, but it is looking to be a rainbow of colors around more the south end of this map. And I wouldn't be opposed here, Zute, to a northern shift up to Paradise Resort to punish all of that.
Ooh, but we're going to get an even better shift. I think we're going even further to the east side. We did have a circle end in Lakawi one day.
We got half a circle in phase 2.
Yeah, that too. We got quite a bit of water in play. Now, this is going to punish, instead of the teams in the southern side, because you wanted a northern shift, this is actually going to just punish everybody on the map. Because I don't think any team is quite prepared to head this far towards the eastern side where there's some of the water still in play. So even better if you wanted to punish the teams, Highland.
Ooh, I like a good bit of punishment when it comes to these players on Sanhok. I want to see them fight for those placement points, fight for those kill points. In the rotation, gonna have to come out a lot faster for all of those teams, particularly further away. And on that meeting through the rotation, RTG and Stalwart found themselves together in a dance, but a dance of death here as RTG only silences them down. And VanKid, the last one remaining, but he's all the way inside of the depths of Quarry itself.
Yeah, VanKid, it's a good place to be if you're just trying to keep your head low and survive. A lot of nooks and crannies for you to stay alive in. But yeah, Stalwarts definitely not having a good start there, losing so many of their players. I get that they wanted to make that fast rotation like all these other teams, but you got to be prepared to fight your way in or just rotate in from a different wrapping position. But so many fights already breaking out in the second phase of Sanhok. Usually you don't see this, but given the circle, teams are pressed in onto one another.
Teams, NASR, speaking of them, moving further up towards the northern end, got to assume that they meet up with the rest of these players. But we could also keep in mind, NASR, because it was this eastern shift, all of that eastern rotations are a possibility. And I think some of these teams missing out on that potentially. You can see because of this, Twisted Minds, one of these squads. Also, we mentioned Revolution being far out. Well, they made a wide rotation up on the north side, now towards Camp Bravo on the edge of that zone. So avoiding all of this fighting in towards the center. But it is still continuing here with 963 RTG. They haven't moved from their location, and as much as I love fighting in one sense, they have got to be low on utility when it comes to all of them being in this fight in the same location so long. In 963, they cannot expend so much if they want to at least back themselves up with more loot from the bodies of RTG.
Yeah, you see 963 there with no meds left. He already used up all of them. But here comes YaLLa trying to take advantage of this third party. They know they need to cross the road at some point given the circle, and they're going to take this timing opportunity. It's a 4v4v1 because 963, there's still an RTG member, and that RTG member just took down 2, I think. No, it was YaLLa with the grenade. It is now a 4v1. YaLLa coming in so strong, and they even left Powerful in the backlines to make sure they could secure their flanks. YaLLa, beautifully done. That grenade just absolutely tearing it up for the 963 team.
But they needed a quicker rotation in because they're not done just yet, though. If they want to go up that hill, NASR, Rad, then lie in wait for them. So the simpler rotation isn't so simple. Maybe if now rotating around behind Quarry could be better, but it depends where his zone goes, and it goes down towards the Kawi. We're heading towards where you were suggesting, Zute.
Yeah, it's a southern shift. And if we see a hard shift up to the northeast, it could end that city. But this zone, in general, so many compounds in the center of the zone. There's 3 different compounds just forked down the middle. And I don't know if these teams realize those compounds are open, because usually the map never ends up getting played all the way over here. So they might just be thinking center zone might be looking too good to be true, and nobody's going to take those compounds. And instead, they're going to take the high ground. The hillside, the hilltops alongside those 3 compounds down the middle is also equally as strong to hold. So I'm really curious to see how this will play out. But teams still having to rotate on in. Some teams trying to do a water rotation or a boat rotation, not working as well. KAMIKAZE and 1million coming in from the northeastern side. You see 1million here rotating in from the north side. They're going to run into KAMIKAZE pretty soon if they keep going down that way.
Dunak as well, crawling stealthily behind him across the rock side. But it's CONQUEROR in amongst the hills with Revolution, who in Lakawi no less have found a fighting. CONQUEROR Iraq moved further back though. They will not continue to fight. They will take their losses of 1, try to even find a revive, and Revolution also doing the same. KAMIKAZE jumping in as a third party, looking as well, searching for the kills onto CONQUEROR, who are already down, dead. They find a 1-for-1 trade, but KAMIKAZE also, they may just be silenced as well, because it's Rico Infinity Esports from the back end, stealing away all the kills.
Yeah, I saw an arm in the kill feed, so Rico Infinity with that arm, and Revolution, oh, far range prone, red dot spray, you love to see that coming out of the Revolution team. Yeah, but they're gonna lock down Lakawi, and so many teams trying to access this hilltop, getting shot at by Rico Infinity, and they're forced down onto the other side, and then getting shot at by Revolution. This is not the place you want to be right now, unless you got some smokes, but even the smokes can only keep you alive for so long.
Phase 3 as well here, Zute. It's coming towards its end, and do we go for the Northern Shift? Are we betting? What's your bet here, Zute? How much would you put on a Northern Shift? I think I would bet at least 10 players on the Northern Shift.
I want to see a Southeastern Shift. I want to see it go straight into Kampong, where the Twisted Mind team is currently holding a wide split. I want to see the massacre that's going to happen if that circle shift does go down there. We'll know very soon. As you can see on the minimap right now, 3 compounds right down the middle of the zone not being occupied. One of them getting taken by Rad, but the other 2 still open. Falcon holding the high ground. And wow, okay, a dead central shift. This is also going to be really tricky for so many teams, as they're going to have to press on in. And Rad actually moving from one compound to a more central compound. I like that they're taking advantage of that, as I think the Rad team only has 3 members up. Yeah.
Rad's going to move directly in onto the center, though. Realize finally that it must be free if there is no movement inside those compounds. But instead, on the outside, a lot of these teams who are the later rotations in 1million find onto RE4 as knocked down Gaga. Watch out there, be careful in your vehicle as Gaga steps back down. Finds the cover is also KAMIKAZE roaming in as well behind. Keep in mind 1million too. But to go back to my point here, Zute, is these later rotating teams that are not going to have the compounds. They are going to struggle because they then have to try to find a high ground, find the off angles at the edges of these zones to try to survive. While Twisted Minds, all they found is a fistful of anger, though, from Revolution. Yes, one down, but it's hurting more here for Twisted Minds, who aren't together.
Oh.
Split finally coming in as one unity team.
I think this is where Twisted Minds thrive. They love fighting on the edge, on the high ground, these more difficult fights to have. You know, Revolution was here being the defending team, but that's where the Twisted Minds feel the most comfortable. The team that plays aggressive, that has to fight their way in. Yes, they lost one player. About to lose another potentially. But it's still looking good for Twisted, I would have to say. They should be able to break on through. I might just be caster cursing them, but this Revolution player trying to jiggle back and forth, trying to stay alive, getting shot at from the low ground and the high ground, and finally he goes down. His teammate the entire time was going for that revive, so unfortunately for him, no support.
They threw themselves out inside the shack. Revolution. QHT cooks a nade. Will it be on target though? As Dami will crawl backwards. Will go short and Dami survives another round. KAMIKAZE though, finding alongside Rico Infinity more deaths in the kill feed as YaLLa losing out on Powerful. On the western side, NASR doing the work though more so. YaLLa have not moved the last entirety of his zone, but because they didn't go for that flank, instead now they have faced the wrath of NASR. But even worse here, Zute, is the blue zone crunching in behind them, only doing more damage and making NASR's job here even easier. Is Hope also down to 2.
Yeah, this was a fight that they would have to eventually take, and it's a difficult one. So, fortunately for YaLLa, at least they won some of their engagements earlier. NASR definitely feeling very comfortable with that blue zone pressing YaLLa in. Sanji using his last first aid right now. He's going to try on snake on in. The patience out of this man to go prone in the blue and crawl in with no meds left. He knows how sneaky and careful he has to play. Miracle spots out and smells out a player of Rico, and he catches him right in the nick of time. That is Rico Infinity out in 13th place. We still have 12 teams left alive, and the zone, by the way, has center on up once again, and Rod's compound, the only hardcover compound left in the match.
And no one's even contesting it, because it's all the fighting on the outside, Zute, that's stopping these players from moving further in. It's Twisted Minds, they're still fighting. A zone and a half later, still versus Revolution. No one has died, but finally, Revolution will fall, and finally Twisted Minds can search elsewhere into the zone, as it presses also behind them too. NASR stepping down, putting the pressure on into Rad. Falcons sneaking behind a wall as well. Is all of them so desperate to get in onto the centrist compound. K12 even joining in the fray.
NASR sharing that compound area with Rod, taking some nice prone shots, and K12.
Oh, the beautiful double
for Yusuf. Confirmed those points before they get stolen, but he is healing out in the blue zone right now. He knows he can't get much closer, but it is clear. And the circle once again, just straight onto the compound. This is the one compound to rule them all. And a lot of teams are actually managing to kind of share it in a way. Falcon sharing the wall side, getting another nice shot. Yusuf popping off, gaining those points for the team, playing a 1-1 split with his next team member. That is Never Alone.
But Never Alone is already there in the compound. They've already established himself, and for Yusuf to get free for one player, only as a duo remaining, it's about as great as you can hope for here for Falcons. As the zone has again continued, as we say, to shift further in. And phase 7, you've got to imagine, will be no different. But to which side of the compound will it shift, to NASR or to Rad? Is NASR confirmed away one less against him? Is Rad spot out Miracle? Sadat back down though, dives again. And NASR cannot punish back. Dunak gonna be next to fall, and you've got to keep in mind though, there are a lot of solos, still 3 more to go. Ragnar from YaLLa still is alive here from where we saw NASR flush him out earlier.
And we also have a Conqueror player, Iraq, a solo, trying to crawl on in. And Nigma Galaxy still in the game, somewhere healing, nowhere close to this zone. And the next circle shifts on up north, right onto the Conqueror player. So Rod and NASR has to move up a little bit. They do have Satan already on that northern side, holding down the foothold. But KAMIKAZE on the high ground with 6 eliminations. Unfortunately, the circle does not shift in a way where it could touch them up there. So they're going to have to move downhill just a little bit.
Got to move, but not quite yet. You can wait for the pressure as well. Conqueror, KAMIKAZE are still alive. And there is going to be Rad from all different angles. Only a solo inside the center red zone. But that nade will silence them down. Coupled that with Rad's bullets onto Ragnarok in seconds. Blows them sky high, and Gallagher finds the confirm on the kill. NASR crawling back Ragnarok to the duo, but they're taking shots still. Rad as well, taking shots from the other end as KAMIKAZE step their way down on the hillside. But YaLLa will be the first team to fall as Ragnar can heal no longer from phase 5 into 7. Rad still on the outside though is Dar. KAMIKAZE, we say, still stepping further down, will be stopped, but it's from the back end. Kante, who has found some entrance in, but it's Conqueror the solo, pushing them all away. It's NASR. They're going to be the first to fall from all of the solos, all of the duos around them. And it's Rad, reduced down to 2. It's KAMIKAZE outside, try to pick off the solo, but Gallagher found another one, but blow it up in the face. It's now Rad. They hear the shots. Will they step out? Will they search for the flush as Satan runs away back behind the wall? This KAMIKAZE who steal away this zone, but Rad is always there, watching behind, steps back up, but you don't think he can get it. And KAMIKAZE with 11 kills here, Zute, look like they're about to take this win as only Nigma remaining on the blue.
Yeah, and there we go. Just as you say that, Nigma Galaxy get taken out to that blue zone. But once again, like I said, Nigma Galaxy, I predicted that they would have a consistent game on Sanhok through the means of their med strat. And once again, they pull out a 2nd place. But KAMIKAZE, we talked about them. We saw how good they did yesterday. They were a little bit slow to start the day today, but what other better map than Sanhok for a team name like KAMIKAZE to come in and take the chicken dinner?
Like, you can incite chaos all you want. They got the chicken dinner, but they did so massively here, Zute, to 11? 12 kills possibly by the end there on that extra one for Rad. So not only did they get the kills, but they also needed those points, because KAMIKAZE, who started as you say high up on that leaderboard, now started to move further back down, and those points for them, 26 to be exact. They didn't get a 12th, they only got 11. Nigma were their 12 they couldn't find, but it's still nevertheless going to be the much needed points that they require. And Nigma, the 4th game in a row, they get these points on top as well.
Nigma Galaxy, this is their day. I mean, they probably saw the criticism after the first 2 days, realized, okay, we definitely can play better. Let's just show them what we got. And this Nigma Galaxy team just proving why they were that 3rd place PMGC team. I mean, shooting up. We saw earlier they shot up from 15th up to 4th. And then with another good game coming out of them, they're in the top 3, I'm pretty sure. Rod getting a decent game as well. They needed those points too with 13. NASR showing signs of life with 9. YaLLa dropping down a little bit. 9 points is still really good, but we saw them do better in the previous game. Falcons, another consistent finish. And Conqueror, That's a huge one. I do think they really needed some points today, and they managed to pick up 8 in the Sanhok.
Yeah, unfortunately, heading through to the other side of the leaderboard vote, the silver lining is that every one of these 16 teams will be able to pick up at least 1 point. Not a thing that I would have been able to say, I think, assuming going into this game, considering that Sanhok does tend to be here, Zute, the map where it is so top-heavy. But sharing is caring, even if it is only 1 for Stalwart at the bottom. 963 Egypt on the opposite end of that board, picking up for all a series small amount of points for those players. However, it's all about these top end of the leaderboard, and I want to go back to that because, yes, we talked Rico, now Nigma stealing the limelight. I wonder who also they're dethroning, though, as well, because that top 3, it was up towards Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, as you said, had a bad game, so maybe even now they fall behind 15th. The 15th here place team starting out today, Zute.
Yeah, it could very well be the case. I mean, we'll see the scores pretty soon, but Nigma Galaxy, they're making a point. They're making a stand in terms of just defending, not so much their points, but I feel like they're trying to defend their honor. So many eyes now on this team after their great success in PMGCs, ours included, right? And you were telling me before the show started, Imperium gave them kind of a pass for doing poorly in the first 2 days. And I think we kind of see why. Like, we know this team's really got it. And it's just up to them to figure out when they want to, show it. And to be honest, this is more so practice for them. Like, yes, PMPL is a part of the official tournament process to make it into the PMGC. But when you have teams of caliber like Nigma Galaxy, they're using this to practice, to figure things out, to purposely maybe even say make mistakes just so they can learn from it. And I think that's kind of what we saw the first 2 days. They did some things that they weren't used to doing, got punished for it, but now they know how to improve upon it and fix it. And today's kind of just a little, we're still here. We're going to show you what we got.
They got us still one more game, though. I'm on board the hype train, though, Zute, for Nigma Galaxy. I'm now searching, though, elsewhere. Who else can step up? We've seen now 2 games where Falcons, okay, they've not had the greatest of results, but a 10-point finish, a 9-point finish from this Game 4 as we to check it all out, by the way, from the best oppo moments. Can Falcons continue that trend? Can it get out of that 16th hole?
I think so, with just the game they had. That 16th to like 14th area, 13th, the points are still very close to one another. And taking a look at the oppo moments, just notice where the fights are happening here. It's on a side of the map that not a lot of teams have experience playing with. And so we got to see some really cool splits, some really cool fights. YaLLa running into, or not YaLLa, Twisted Minds running into Revolution. They're definitely having more trouble than I expected. So Revolution putting up a good fight. Some full send rotations here. Oh, I see. The Falcons actually try to breach the wall, but then they realize, hey, let's just play next to the wall because there's teams already occupying the inside of that. Falcons doing this 1-1 with Yusuf you see on your screen here was so smart.
Yeah.
You don't need 2 players in the zone this late in the game because that's not a lot to work with to begin with. So capitalize the elimination points by keeping one back on the high ground to just simply punish players from that position.
Yeah, and I think if it had the healing as well, if it had those medkits, it could have definitely been surviving much more, as you saw through from Nigma clutching up that 2nd place from absolutely in the middle of nowhere, as so many of those teams were trying to do. That's how it plays, though. Of course, moving through now into the final game of Erangel. I'm actually really curious to see, though, this final match, because it has been the same team here today that have been performing well. We'll have to see if they perform again, though, on this final match, which is, unfortunately, going to be a short breakaway. Welcome everyone back, of course, to the final game here of the PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022, the first super weekend on day 3 of it, and it's going to be Erangel no less here, Zute. To be fair, we've seen, as we said, a spectacular game. This time, though, it was KAMIKAZE who stepped up to take the win, but still Nigma Galaxy keeping the consistency through on that second place finish for them now, I believe, in 3rd position. What are your thoughts, so? Can we really see the overall standings of Nigma stealing away that 3rd? Because they're not quite there. They're 4 points from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, just 4 points away, but they've had 4 consistent games in a row for Nigma Galaxy. And when I say consistent, I don't just mean like 8 to 10 points consistency. We're talking like they were getting around the top 3 finishes in all of the matches. So, I mean, that is how they have shot up from 15th place up to 4th place in just one day alone. If they could bring out that consistency, just one more game, I think they could definitely take over the top 3. Taking a look at the bottom half, though, Team Falcons, they're climbing their way up. They had 2 okay games in the past 2 games, and that is doing wonders for them. That takes them out of the last position, but KURD the one stuck in that last place.
Yeah, KURD, I think, surprising that they've actually fallen down quite heavily into that 16th place. Dunak, unfortunately, they were starting to climb out of that hole, but they have then fallen back into it with Falcons leaving and reaching their wings out from that 15th, 16th position bottom. To be fair, though, we've always got to see at home if all of those players and what their thoughts are too, not just ours. You can find out all of them and their thoughts on social media, joining in on the conversation, using, of course, that hashtag PMPL. So you take, though, who are we saying is taking that final game?
Ooh, that's a tough one. There's so many names I want to throw in there. I want to say kind of Rico Infinity is going to just come back strong on this last one. I have a feeling Nigma Galaxy might just pop off here, or maybe even Twisted Minds, because they're a team that's really strong, but they haven't gotten their, big chicken yet. So quite a few teams, not too sure, but everybody's looking to be playing super on point today.
One more game to see if Nigma can steal away the top 3 by the end, and if any of these bottom teams can escape the pit, because it's all down to this one game here to be able to get out into a good lead coming into week 2. Just side note, there's Ute 28 to 24 to 23 eliminations on Erangel, all by, of course, it's all by Rico Infinity Esports for the top 3.
Yeah, Rico Infinity, just so dominant. So, for this very last map, Highland, I have a question for you. We've seen some pretty standard games today compared to previous days. How would you like the last match to finish? Where would you like the circle to go? Because we've been trying to do some caster cursing, and I don't think it's working.
No,
so I think we're in the clear to make a prediction.
Outside, I got debated. I wanted Novo to be where it was, and then just feel like we'll just put it on the edge for you. Look, there's still hope. My new idea is I want it to go back to a mean old classic. I want to jump us into the ruins, the water town of Erangel. That's what I'm looking for now.
You're right. We haven't seen those, and those are just almost equally as difficult. Well, given the circle, that could very well happen. We could also see a circle ending in Pachinki. Those are always really fun. One that we haven't seen yet, Nigma Galaxy, of course. The Kings of Pachinki. Well, as far as looting goes, they haven't really had to contest for it. But if the circle ends up going to Pachinki, we could see a spectacular ending for the last game of the Super Weekend. This is Super Weekend 1 out of 3. So we still got 2 more before we head into the final. So we're still quite early in on this competition. And the point rankings of what we see today after the end of today's last game, it could very well change after we see the next 2 Super Weekends.
Of course, first phase being fairly centered up here, though, Zute, and I am hoping that we're going to see what we've seen so far when it comes to more of these peaceful side of entrances on Interzone. Phase 2, Phase 3, we get to see a little bit more action. Phase 4, Phase 5. I don't want to see too many of these teams now with, again, another center place look to all crowd around Pachinki and Potato Hill come Phase 1, Phase 2. But regardless of that, we do see, I think, the standard of all of these drops being fairly similar. Where are we thinking, though, here that this really does get interesting is RTG. They have gone for the 1U split of 1 to Yasnaya in where Falcons currently are.
Yeah, I do remember Imperium also pointed this one out the other day, and I still don't really understand it. Like, it's working for now because Falcons just kind of don't mind that player being there, just looting, you know, a few buildings and then leaving. But I will say, if the point spread gets kind of closer and it comes down to crunch time, that could be easily punished by so many of these teams. For example, Falcon could just isolate that player of RTG and push him out and eliminate him. And then NASR as well, seeing as how RTG drops around them so split, NASR could group up early and just push Razak and have a 4v2, 4v3 advantage. But for now, it doesn't matter because, yeah, it doesn't matter right now because RTG and everyone else, they don't really mind. But when the points really come down to it, when it comes to crunch time, RTG need to be a little bit more careful.
And careful you want him to be, but then they're only being more regular. So sent Vito down even to Potato Hill here behind NASR. So the split only getting wider. And as much as I love getting all of the information that you can in the early stage of the game when players are still loosening up, the risk inherently comes with that is always that as you say, the solos can be punished. And it was Vito yesterday in around apartments on game 5 that got punished. And RTG as a whole, when they tried to rescue them, it all went wrong, in 16th position is where they fell for exactly the worry that you just gave for RTG. Yeah. And to see them do it again, it's almost like they've not learned from their mistakes.
I will say one thing. Maybe they are learning from their mistakes and they're doing it again to try and improve upon it. It's not impossible to play this way, super split. It's just extremely difficult and risky. But if done correctly, they could pull off and get away with it. It's like how early on, you know, you see teams play very aggressive and they'll get eliminated. And people will question, why are they playing so aggressive? They should, you know, be a bit more careful because they're going out so early. But if you never practice that aggression, you'll never get better at it. So RTG, maybe that is what they're doing. Albeit a bit of a stretch, a bit unorthodox in terms of just how widely split they are. But it's not to say it's not impossible to do.
Some of the other improvements, I think, coming into this final game as well, my eyes set actually on Iraq. I actually really want them to look at the rotations as well, because the rotations, particularly from Conqueror, and you could argue even some of these other teams like Revolution, like also 1Million, haven't been the cleanest when it comes to getting around that South Coastal line. And to see them now in another zone, as we seem to have so many of these centered around Phases 1, can they finally look to improve? Because they are trying the same strategy and again, and yes, you could say you can improve on that strategy, but what is the point in which you try to say, hey, maybe we should try rotate elsewhere, maybe go through for a wider northern rotation instead?
Those adaptability points that you just made, yeah, it could really come into play and help some of these teams out if they can't figure out what's wrong that they've been doing. There's Rolkis here, taking some shots. So you notice here, Rolkis is very split from his team, but he's set himself in a way where he can have long sight lines to see the oncoming threat early on. And just like that, he backs off in time, getting pushed 1v4, but he's able to stay alive. and not having any issues calling in the rest of his team to come help.
Rolkers, side note, is the Unicorns a lot for Rolkers that we know and love from 2021 in PMGC? Now the IG here for Twisted Minds bring that aggression through from URL in on to the Arabian region, and as you said, they have called in the cavalry. Here come the rest of Twisted Minds, and Conqueror Iraq no longer an easier fight that they wanted. Still gonna hold firm.
Might just be a disengage. They're seeing if they could do anything here, but I think they're just gonna elect to save Rolkus and leave. Well, actually, with Donnie coming into the play, oh, they have an M24. They're feeling confident they could get that opening knock right now. And Twisted Minds, if there's any team that's not willing to back down from a fight, this is it. They're gonna take this one.
They've got already the 3 members on the front. You can see them also dominating the long range, trying to catch any Iraq members who do move from the behind. Conqueror Iraq, though, still moving forward. Continuing to actually make that flank round. You see also equally taking the 3-1 split. They're trying to bring one here onto the side. Groza stepping forward into the front line.
So Twisted Minds are at somewhat of a disadvantage simply because the Conqueror player has that rooftop that he's on top of. And with that new circle shifting a little bit to the east, Twisted might want to just leave this location to go more central. You see the smokes come out. Might be preparing for a disengage here. Or might be baiting the players of Conqueror to peek a little bit more aggressively. We'll see what happens here. Rokus going back and forth here. Does not seem like they're willing to do a full committed disengage, but correct. Yeah, rotations from other teams are coming out now. This is a potential 3rd or 4th party about to erupt.
And this is why Twisted Minds may have been trying to disengage, because such a long fight. You can see KAMIKAZE completely roaming around him. Offman has been knocked by Nigma Galaxy, but the other 3 are now behind him. And Nigma from the other angle makes it only more complicated. NASR even joining in on the fight from the long distance. And unfortunately for Twisted Minds, Dami now knocked. Opens the door here for Conqueror Iraq with the extra pressure built in from behind.
Oh, man. This is a party that has gone on for too long, and other teams wanted to join in. Seemed like too much fun. Now we have multiple teams sent around here, but not just here. RTG versus Rico Infinity on the northern side. A lot of teams being caught, or should I say, getting into fights on their rotations. Not really getting caught out in rotations, because it seems like an equal fight. RTG down to 2 members left up. One of their players knocked. Rico Infinity down to 2 as well, with 2 of their players knocked. This could be a full reset, though, for Rico Infinity.
They have to be careful, though. RTG, they kept him at bay with the nades, but when do they go for the revive RTG? Held back by the solo of SK Ton. It's a look for the nade, but it goes wide. And nade himself, given up the opportunity with those knocks, they lost the members, but they weren't able to find any confirmed eliminations back, and now RG Esports at the deficit here to a 4v2 as Volt will find one at least. Another knock on to Prestige and SK Ton. All the meanwhile continuing to wrap around the side, looking for the window, the entrance way on in with the nade onto Volt, but Volt steps back out, hops into the other building on behind, and the disengage is called. RTG want no more in the fight.
Oh, but do they?
Might.
Looks like one of their Snake players. Yeah, KSJ9 playing the Snake, playing the spoiler. He does pick up one and confirms it. Once again, Rico Infinity definitely not happy about that. But Volt is coming back to try and finish out the fight. I don't know if that's the best idea, as he does get taken down. Rico Infinity picking up 4 points, but losing SK Ton in the process.
But why? But why, Zute? He had the exit out. I think, yes, it's nice that you traded 1 for 1 at least, but when you're down to a solo, you should have stayed out of the fight, but instead they go for the first 1v3 when they knew you were there. And a big mistake from RTG, quite frankly, giving the kills away to Rico Infinity Esports and giving him the space here in the northern end as that zone does shift phase 3. even closer now back onto farm and shelter side. In Stalwart, in the center of this zone, a big opportunity for them here on these hills in the center of the zone to take advantage of this, considering that as we still have this fight ensuing through Twisted Minds and Conqueror, but even more so all of these fights on the outside, weakening these teams as they enter on into Stalwart later on.
Man, Twisted Minds is not giving up on this fight, and I don't think it's working in their favor. It's a 2v3 situation, but with 1 million coming in from the backside of Conqueror Iraq to do the third parting, this could work out for the Twisted Minds. As the circle did shift a little bit further to the east.
There is some hope here for Twisted Minds. Conqueror Iraq down with Groza alone in amongst the crew, the full squad, and they found him. Zakaria has rumbled Groza, but he's got the DP here. Can he find it? He finds one at least. Yes, he does. Confirms him down. But can he get the elimination? 2 now dead. Nigma Galaxy even looking through the windowsills. Groza still holds firm though, and Conqueror, they have dispatched 1 million. In Twisted Minds, their hope, their silver lining now crushed and eliminated, and so are they.
We saw what Nigma Galaxy's strategy was on the previous Erangel game, and that's to be the party crashers, and they've waited long enough just being neighbors of this two-way fight. Now they're going to join in, it seems like, getting multiple angles, getting in on the fourth party, as 1 million was a team to try and third party this fight. Nigma Galaxy, this is where they should start striking. Hamodi already got the information and the angle on top, but are they aware that the fight is done and over with, and it's a 4-man team of Conqueror that they gotta fight if they try to third party? Usually during a third party, all the teams are weakened, and you can just take advantage of everybody, but Conqueror, they managed to keep 4 up in the entirety of that fight with 1 million and Twisted Minds.
Just a note, Zute, this fight has been going on for the last 10 minutes, and for Conqueror to be able to keep all 4 players alive in such an extended fight, and still retain at least some form of decent loot, is amazing. Quite frankly, the Conqueror still managed to pull this off, but they are not done yet. Is even more so YaLLa jumping in, but they go straight back out to drive elsewhere, down towards the south end of this zone, and they will look to rotate actually underneath the end of KURD 12, also down on that south end.
Yeah, YaLLa's just trying to make their rotation. They're driving by and they're like, yo guys, zone shifting. What are you guys still doing here, prone behind a rock and staring at each other in the blue zone? Like, let's get a move on, guys. So YaLLa definitely don't want to take any part in that. And Nigma Galaxy, yeah, with the blue zone closing in, they are gonna go ahead and rotate on out. And the circle has shifted once again to the northern side, right where Stalwart was holding that giant hilltop. And we have 963 holding a very strong center point in the compound of the new zone shift.
Stalwart continuing the strength here. Also keep in mind the island is still in play there. Also infamous up towards the northern side, and Rico Infinity may look to try control that, but 963 on the south end may deter that specific rotation. Teams now beginning to close in on phase 4, and it's only going to now to swing in the next 10 seconds already into phase 5. And as you said, again, a lot of teams not inside of this zone. Many of the teams, in fact, very close to blue as it already begins to service into the next shift. And that is going to create the chaos. It is going to create the unprepared shifts, the crashes on into other teams. It is going to create chaos.
Yeah, with 49 still left alive going into Circle 4, this is one of the few matches where we've had more players up towards the late game than usual. We saw in the other Erangel game, there were a lot of isolated fights, but now there's going to be a lot of third-party fights back-to-back with this zone, because it's just all open terrain, making it very easy for these sightlines to be opened up one after another. And you can see Conqueror getting into a fight with Nigma Galaxy. These two teams were about to get into a fight earlier on, but they meet again since they're both rotating from very similar positions. Nigma Galaxy is making the nades right in, and Lord getting an opening, and another one of Conqueror going down. Conqueror just like that, down to only one player. He is forced to take that buggy and skedaddle away.
NASR also moving in on the background there onto the Conqueror member, trying to run away as they only driving onto the fire out of the frying pan, and there go Conqueror. Completely eliminated. They did so well to hold a position, but because they held it for so long, because they had a team fight for so long, you can see this is a problem that we just mentioned. They did not establish themselves in onto the zone, and as a result get punished because they didn't have the incorrect information to be able to enter into so late a phase in this final match.
Still have more fights raining out on the other end of the side. Revolution versus Rod. Rod has one of their players snaking right next to the Revolution team, just waiting to bide his time to strike. You see right there, hiding prone next to the dumpster. I don't think Revolution is aware of him, but I think Revolution's not even going to pay any attention as the zone is closing and they need to get into the zone. Is the shot going to strike now? The shot did get up and tries to take some shots at the later half of that rotation, but he manages to get away, and he will find the other player of Revolution. So Rod and Revolution will fight for the same side of the circle in the next few seconds.
They grab two as well. A high again, split away Smoker. Again, split so low. In Revolution, another game that looks very dire for them is Rod have just pincered them down. There goes Smoker as well to the hands of Satan. Al-High does have the buggy, but he's on the edge of the zone, and the shift goes again up towards that island to the north, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near if it gets there. No, Revolution down in 11th position. Rad, 4 kills to their name, but also they have to move. The blue zone is nipping at the heels as they run, and I don't think they'll have the vehicles there. Hopefully they didn't damage the vehicles there of Revolution too much, as they will need them to get into that next shift.
Next shift does shift far away from them towards the northwest, so yeah, they would need those vehicles, but if they don't, they could just go on foot and just try and rack up as many eliminations as they can, catch some teams rotating in vehicles as they try and make it into the next zone. YaLLa down to just 3 players right now. Their third player knocked. Rod, yep, they have the vehicles. This is going to be a full send. They have no info on what's open in the next zone. In the next zone, honestly, it's just all open terrain except for that comp down the middle. So they have 4 players.
Going.
They could full send this if they want.
They are full sending it, Zute. They're away. They're one back. They panicked. They're trying. No, in fact, no, they sent all 4. It is going to be all 4 of them going in 2-on-2. Rad losing the players to 963. Delhap Sadat, their vehicles burning, crashed, and all 4 of them look so dead as Satan, the only one here onto 963. And this too aggressive here from Rad as they're barely alive. Satan crushed down by Izza. And now, to confirm the elimination, it's all so pretty. Is 1, 2, looks for the other. But look, Desha heals back up, finds the execution. But 963, they burn them down. Desha wiped where he stands.
Ooh, nice try out of the Raw team, but that's why you don't want to do those full sends with no info and you crash the wall. You get shot from all multiple sides. So nice try, though, out of Rod. We're down to just 7 teams. We had 49 alive just a second ago. Now we're down to 21 as Easy, making it look so easy with that AK shooting downrange, knocking that player straight out the buggy.
The Stalwarts, they've had this positional game, Zute. They need to be able to confirm it, and that they do. KURD 12 Esports deleted. It's pressed the key on them as Stalwart now press the enter key into the zone. Clicking only to the edge, though, as it will hold the edge of that hillside now to enter in. Also Stalwart, a similar problem. Where are the players? The lack of information as they only begin to collect it now, but Nigma Galaxy, they punish them for it. Prime knock, almost into a knock in return, Noah's Lord. Put back behind the vehicle.
Nigma Galaxy trying to do what they can to stay alive with only 2, but it's not looking, they're the passive team. They're going to keep up that aggression, taking more shots towards the team of Stalwart Esports UAE, but the circle has shifted hard up to the north. It actually favors Rico Infinity. Rico Infinity with 5 eliminations already. I was saying maybe they might be the ones to take the last chicken dinner of the day, and with this circle shift, that does put them in a very good position to do so.
I like that they held off on that island as well, not willing to go in between the roads. Yes, it would protect them, but the zone could have shifted away. Now it seems more feasible to do so. Falcons have done just that, have moved across the roadside and into the cover of that hill and tree line, albeit it is small, but will keep them alive. Stalwart still on the south side though. Is this Rico helping them out with a knock on to Freak there from Nigma Galaxy, allowing now to move from the buggy, but only 2 can go. As they will dive on into that zone, make the Hail Mary play, but onto 963 again, more kills being handed to them as Hopin is knocked, but it's now Stalwart who take advantage of that side fight. It's Mexico already inside of the building, looting other dead bodies of Rat and taking an 8. Now 2 against the 1 of 963, and they don't have the control that they once did.
No, this is the problem with getting the zone circle after circle. Teams just end up crashing into you wave after wave, and your defense does get slowly whittled down if you start making those mistakes. And yeah, 963 down to 2 players, and they have a 4-man team of Stalwart Esports working into their compound little by little. Falcons taking a fight with Rico Infinity and Nigma Galaxy. They're still in the match, using that rock and that blown up vehicle as very good cover. Rico Infinity getting punished, probably going to end up losing 1 or 2 players. Another one goes knocked for the Rico Infinity side. Nigma Galaxy just continuing to put on the pressure.
Falcons still there, putting on the pressure to Rico Infinity too. Coupled with Nigma, they're trying to both decisively sweep away the rug out of Rico's feet. Step further forward, Damar carefully looking, carefully searching through the smoke, but no one is there. They're down in amongst the hill, and meanwhile the zone on the opposite end, crushing out 963 as Zuxi panic nade in, but can he find anything from it? A second over the top, but it's going to go short. That one won't land. It does tickle a little bit, but it's not far enough. And 963 all out of everything here, and only makes it more obvious with the smoke. But Stalwart, they're all over him, and Zuxi should just be waiting to try to heal. I think saving the nade may have even been a better option, rather than trying to use it at such an awkward angle.
Imagine if he gets that 1 grenade in, though. That's 1 nade and
True.
3 knocks.
Oh, that
one's
one.
good. No,
it missed.
It bounced right outside of the closet doorway. He's trying to get it in through that closet doorway. On the other side of things, though, Falcon have kept all 4 up. Only one of their players knocked. Nigma Galaxy, with that zone shift, they got across the road, and I think they realized they need to soften up the enemy side of their side of the road, or else they'll just get shot in the back. And Rico Infinity Bandar just hit a double nade on the northern side. That gives Rico Infinity, even though he's just a solo player, a chance to fight this out. And zone is closing. Everybody's got to make a move now.
But Nigma, they can't find the execution on the Stalwart, so they just run down 963 anyways. But now, the return back, they found Freak. Rico actually was the one who gets them. And for Bandar, the solo player here for Rico Infinity Esports is finding knock after knock, and no one can shut him down.
They don't even go for the revive. No, Falcon is going to be able to go for the revives. The Stalwart's crying across the road. How slow they are. Just wide in the open. Does Norlet see them? No, Nor does see them. He gets off a very nice spray, and he's not even going to try and cross into the blue zone. He knows he's done for. He's going to try and get some shots, but he goes down. Stalwart Esports with 2. Rico Infinity with the lone player, still putting in so much work as a solo, causing so much trouble for the Falcon team.
Rico still alive through it all, though. Nigma down with their 8-9 kills they were able to get, but now it's all down to Falcons. Falcons, they needed this game. We talked about it. Here, Zute. That they needed these points. Get up in that leaderboard. But the beautiful angle through from Easy shuts them straight back down into revive. It might just be sweet dreams here for Falcon. Is down to 2. Stalwart to 2. Bandar for solo here still for Rico.
This works out so well for Bandar. Falcon had so much trouble cleaning out the Rico Infinity side that Stalwarts are now getting into the action, and this is a huge mistake out of the Falcons. They should have had this game in the bag, but Bandar from Rico Infinity just doing insane, and there's another one down for the Team Falcons. It's a 2v1v1 now.
They found a nade for potentially. Oh, so close. Knocks down a little bit of health bar onto last. Never alone, though, will be caught. Vankid even looking to confirm the kill. Reloads. Nade back onto last. Has not forgotten. But the blue zone is closing further in. To the side. Will miss again. Have they found Bandar? Sprays down. Sprays into nothing. Vankid gives the position away. And last now knows where he is. Looks for the spray, but it's again Bandar who finds it. And can Rico clean this up to the 1v1? Yes, he does. How do we keep doing this? And how do Rico look so damn dominant here, Zute, in the PMPL Arabia?
How does Bandar look so damn sexy there? As a solo player, we saw Rico Infinity down to 3 in that last zone, and just Bandar raining those grenades, stopping Falcons from completely eliminating them. It was that double nade I called on the kill feed that I think really slowed everything down for the Falcons, and I kind of sort of predicted, hey, maybe Rico Infinity is going to come in and get the last chicken of the day, but to do it in that fashion, so beautifully done by Bandar, that one-man army. And not just that, it came down to a 1v1v1 after a grueling circle from so many of these teams struggling to survive. And Falcon definitely did drop the ball, but still, that was a really fun match to watch.
I think it shows you here as we go through the match rankings. Yes, Falcons got 16 points. I just feel like they could have got so much more, though. I mean, I think this clearly shows the flaws in Falcons, of the struggle, even when they get the zone gifted to them. How does a solo still undo them?
It's not just any solo, though. It's Bandar from Rico and Penny, the team with the most massive point lead I've probably seen this early on in a tournament.
200 plus.
Yeah, it's like I gotta give Rico Infinity the credit they deserve, but also Falcons, if you're competing at this stage, you can't let those mistakes happen, even if it is from a superstar team that's kind of stopping you. But still, nonetheless, Rico Infinity, not a Rico, Team Falcons, they got the points they needed. 16 points is a lot for how much points they had to begin with coming into the last game.
Yeah, as well. YaLLa again finding a few more points here. I think also 963 Egypt, a big game for them when it comes to, I think, again, a little bit of a disappointing day overall. At least they can come home with 11 points out of the final one. KURD12 also appearing there in 8th position for a few more themselves. But to head down onto, unfortunately, here the bottom of that page, it all went so wrong again for the same names: Twisted Minds, RTG, Revolution, who haven't been able to get themselves off the bottom of these standings.
Yeah, so I was saying with Twisted Minds, they're a good team at fighting, but maybe they should prioritize a little bit more on their rotations and pick more prime optimal positions towards a late game to fight for. They took that locked engagement so early on with, I believe, the KONQUEROR team that it just did not pan out for them. Same for KONQUEROR, though. They were kind of stuck in that fight, but at least they picked up 5 eliminations, and they dealt really well with the multiple third parties that came their way.
I think as well, Twisted Minds, you have to look at the fact because they went so early, they did it to themselves. Had they actually stayed on the back of that hill there, Zute, they could have actually just held the position. That was the thing that broke them after that 14-minute or so mark. It was because they gave up the hilltop, the other teams then came behind them, and Dami was that first to fall on the back end. You cannot hold for one man against 2 teams of pushing. Albeit, though, we've got to head to a quick break. Otherwise, we'll hit you back with the overall standings and the rest of it. Do not go anywhere. closing it out with just the final game done, but not the standings revealed, and not all things considered quite yet. Myself, Harlan Wolf, and Zute joining you for the closing moments of the final day of our first Super Weekend, but wouldn't be without our beautiful sponsor here, the Oppo Reno 6 Series. Upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 Series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports 2022. Zute, we've had, though, a hectic, a bountiful day here when it comes to big wins. No different when it comes to, of course, Rico Infinity stealing away such a crazy game, and rightly as I predicted here, over 200 points between 15 games.
Yeah, 200 points and walking away with a weekend's work of 5,000 US dollars. 5 chicken dinners, that's $5,000 in the pockets of Rico Infinity. That's more than $1,000 per player. And that's not even where the big prize pool comes in. The big prize pool comes in later. This is just like a little pocket change for Rico Infinity, doing extremely well. 209 points. Second place, KAMIKAZE. One of the teams that we didn't really expect, to show up at the start of the Super Weekend, getting a second place overall finish with 3 chickens too at 146. Very good job by KAMIKAZE. But when you said a bountiful day, I think Nigma Galaxy really capitalized on today's bountifulness, as they have shot up from 15th to 3rd in just one day alone.
A spectacular day for Nigma Galaxy, completely improving on their result, even getting 1,000 course for themselves with their chicken dinner. But it is also a great day. You've got to think here for YaLLa, who started today on that second page of the leaderboard and now in 7th too, Zute.
Yeah, quite a few teams, quite a few veteran teams that did not do as well as we expected coming into the last day. But with that veteran, with that experience from those teams, I think they can always kind of step up on the last day, so to say. And we did see that out of YaLLa. We saw a huge step up out of the side of Nigma Galaxy, of course. But onto the second half of the leaderboards, this is where the teams have really struggled. Revolution was doing good coming into the day, but they really dropped the ball, and they find themselves now on the second page of the overalls.
Yeah, massive drop for them. Equally, I think 963, who began at the end of the first day, you've got to remember here, Zute, in that top page of standings. But they struggled even to find the points they got in that first day alone, in between the days 2 and 3 combined. And as a result, fall down now to 10th, beside only Falcons, who have managed with that extra 16 points from game 5 to up themselves into 11th. Another drop there from Rad as well, through from 9th to 12th in the overall standings, and beginning as a result to see a formation of where these teams are beginning to belong against each other in the overall standings.
Mm-hmm. And the scary thing is, though, for the teams on the second half of that leaderboard, they're not guaranteed to make it in to the next Super Weekend. So they might feel like they made it in. It's like, hey, at least we got in on the first Super Weekend. The amount of points they got could be easily wiped off if they just miss the next 3 days of Super Weekend. So with the first Super Weekend concluded, the big thing we have looking forward to next week is the league play. Who's going to make that top 16 overall once again to break into that Super Weekend? And which of the teams that made it today won't be making it next week? So that's the big thing to look out for.
Gotta see those, Zute, because if it's as anything as crazy as what we saw this week, I cannot wait to jump back in onto the action of the league stage. And of course, the beautiful Super Weekends next week. It will be yourself, Zute, and Imperium joining you here, same place, same time, Monday, Tuesday next week. I'll join you guys over at a Super Weekend later on, but that's all from us three. We'll see you there over in the future. Catch you later.
I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BANPAN information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BANPAN information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from two different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We received some exciting news today. Our legal team won lawsuits in the United States of America and Germany.
That's great news. Let's open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
Hang on. Let's not celebrate just yet. In the lawsuit, the defendant provided even more information about the team that developed the cheat.
It looks like we're going to be very busy over the next few days.
Yes. In 2021, we retrieved more than 10,000 samples from various channels, and more than 30% of them were valid samples.
It's also worth mentioning that many sellers of cheats online are scammers. They won't give you any cheats. They will even hide some viruses in the files they give you. It's a good thing we have our testers and our security experts. If not, our ordinary players would be in a lot of danger.
In summary, we're very proud of our work. We feel like we're rangers who search for clues about enemies from the shadows to deal them a swift and deadly blow. Please allow me to promote the security community. We welcome all volunteers to join our security community. Join our fight against cheaters and ensure all players have a fair gaming environment. We are part of the PUBG Mobile Security IT team. We fight to create a fair, competitive environment for all players.